You better walk, Deshaun.
We back?
Yes, we is back. Can y'all hear us? Baby, Deshaun is running. Lord, I'm running.
Where are you at, Bubs?
I'm changing up my avatar picture real quick. I'm
Just
sorry.
run it.
Oh, okay.
I'm
All
here.
right.
I'm here. Eyes here. Eyes here. You better run, Deshaun. I wanna run to you.
Tell me when
Please don't make me fall. Please
Yeah,
don't
no,
make me
girl,
fall.
because
I'm
I'm
just
gonna
trying
then
to deal.
I'm gonna ask you if you need help, and then after you good, I'm gonna laugh at you. Ooh.
Please don't make me fall off the treadmill.
we
Oh
back
my
in.
We
god.
is back. We got
Where
Queen
you at?
Stevie. I want to hear from the Queen because we ain't hear from the Queen, girl. They tried to reject her,
Hi,
but the
Miss
one thing
Butter
about the
and
Queen is that
Brown.
she's gonna always be sustaining. She can always be remaining. Okay,
Hey, hey, Queen Stevie, Miss Butter and Brown. How are you doing?
Miss Buttery Brown,
Okay. So,
quarter to three, hypnotized.
How's it going?
I am doing great. Hi, family. Hi, short stack family.
hey,
Hi,
brother.
everyone.
How's it going?
I will be
Hope you,
back. I'm just
I
my
saw your
munchies got the
live
hold of me
this
real
week.
quick.
That
You
was a
said what?
wonderful live that you had with the guy that I saw. I had to see it. I missed it though, but I went on your YouTube and I saw it was nice about you talking about
Yeah.
on with Donald Trump and all of them. I was taking
I,
away everything and all that. But yeah,
yes, I had to restrain myself, but luckily he knows what's going on. He's aware. It was a great conversation. It was great to see both worlds collide. You had mainstream and then you had the adult entertainment industry. So it was great to be able to have both collide.
Yeah, I missed the adult. I missed the adult one. I came in. I came in like just about like maybe 2 or 3 minutes before he left, and then you started with the other one. So I'm gonna have to go back and catch the part where you was when you were doing the interview with the adult film star guy. But I did catch the other one, the
Yeah,
part two.
Darren was the first one. Darren was the first one. That's him. Darren, and then
I missed that. Hey,
Lance or Poetic was the second. So it tied in perfectly. And then what I did was I merged both interviews because his was right smack dab after I was through with Darren. So it's up there.
oh, okay. Bub
yeah.
says I'll be back in Cam. I'm satisfying my munchies like BM5. Do whatever that dash has be giving out exclusive discounts. Yeah. I got another video here where I'm a bitch. It doesn't have any. It does. It's not them, but I'm a mention them because this video I'm gonna show. Kind of put me in mind of them like they're kind of two peas in the pod. Except what this one video they're gay, but then BMU they're straight, but they still kind of think alike as far as when it
Wait,
comes to
what?
this
They doing it? What?
ally
Wait,
when we get to that part. All righty, so we lost all of our comments from the other thing, but from because we had to get out of restream because it was jacking up. But Big Dog Chris, can you? And then we'll get to Miss Stevie and get her opinions
Yeah,
on
yeah.
everything we talked about. But then Big Dog, so tell us about. So you say were you DL and trade, or were you DL trade, or you were both? Can you kind of enlighten us because you and then you said but you still had your look you had your feminine aspect, which I think all of us have, some masculine and feminine energy in us all anyway. That's kind of what keeps us even. Is he there? Hey, big, did he leave?
I don't see him at all on the screen.
Oh, he's backstage. He just said it. He's backstage.
Where's he at? Oh, okay, there you go. Okay, I put him in. There you go.
Okay, I'm here. Hi, hello, how are you
Hey,
all?
Hey,
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 hey.
what's going on, man?
Hi.
Yes, so okay, I'm gonna get on camera.
All right.
So
All right
my
now.
comment,
All right.
what I was saying. Yeah, so what I was saying was, I was met. So when I first came out, I was masculine, masculine gay, um, predominantly bottom. But as I, learned about my sexuality and what I was and what I was attracted to, I explored that I'm more versatile. So, um, that's why I said in my comment back to that I was masculine but had feminine energy.
Oh, okay.
And so yeah, that's how that came about. What else I lost my train of thought. But
It is okay. I do it all the time. You was good.
but
Me
yeah,
too.
so
Me
and it's
too.
like I noticed something now that I'm more feminine with my, lifestyle. I get a lot of I get a lot of how do I say it? I want to say like more feminine men coming on towards me than I did when I was masculine. If that makes sense. Like it's weird.
Interesting.
Yes, it's very interesting. Okay,
Hmm.
I'll be shocked myself. Like, and it's crazy. I don't know, but I'm here for it. But
Yeah, that's
I
why.
would prefer. I would
Hmm.
prefer a more masculine man.
Understandable.
That would be my preference.
Understandable.
And
That's why I
and
feel like
so you
everybody should
prefer
just
a more
share.
masculine man? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, TT. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask him. So you prefer a more masculine man, but you will like date or get in a relationship or even have sex with a feminine man also, or they have to be masculine.
I'm getting like a lot of feedback. I don't know if it's me or thing I hear it or
I think it might be you because I can hear the static too. Unfortunately, yeah.
okay. I think it's. Can you repeat that question?
I said, do you put you say you prefer a more masculine male, but you like date or get in, are your options open for somebody that they can be more feminine or that may display both masculine and feminine energy or you really
Yes.
only will date or mess around with a masculine guy.
So I can do more masculine than feminine. I can do feminine men, but I don't like when they portray themselves to be more masculine, and then when you get in a relationship or you get to know them, and it come off more feminine. If that makes sense. Like
Oh yeah, I see.
I
Yeah.
noticed a lot of men that I talk to, like they'll come off very masculine in the beginning, and then once we get in a relationship, it's like the feminine side come out, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, like, this ain't what you was given in the beginning. So I'd rather
Right.
go for straight up and down masculine.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Because I don't got time, child. This is not no Rubik's cube. We is not about to keep changing colors, trying to make it all black. No, we're not doing
Blues
that.
Clues,
Right.
Blues
So
Clues.
you kind of want somebody that's like off rip what it is. You don't like surprises in that
Yes,
capacity, in that way.
yes.
Okay,
Because
understandable.
my last two relationships, they both gave very masculine men, and then it was like I was getting these feminine vibes from them, and I'm like, am I the girl or you the girl? Like,
Mm. So let me ask you this then. So, with that being the case, how long? And again, answer whatever you feel comfortable answering. But how long were you guys like? Were you dating at all before you guys got into a relationship? And if so, how long were you guys dating for?
um, the first one.
Hmm.
So I met him like right after my mom passed. So it was more so like I was vulnerable in a vulnerable state when I got with him.
Mm, okay.
So that was like, okay, oh, he giving me the attention. It was this and that, and
Hmm.
we talked for a little, like a good 5 months before we got in an
Okay.
actual relationship. But I kind of jumped into it a lot faster.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the
So
other one,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
we
Go ahead.
just
Go
hit
ahead.
it off. Yeah, the other one we just hit it off. The last one. Yeah.
So the first one was kind of getting to know, and then the second one was more so just instant spark. Okay. Just with the
Yeah,
fact of,
definitely.
again, if
Like,
just show up as who you are. Don't sit up here talking about some what's going on, and then we
right.
get
And
somewhere
then
else, and
later
it's kind of
on,
like where
They
this
try,
come from.
they try to play it off and try to pretend because they try to play the masculine, and then when they go to the one that's feminine, they think that, oh, you're safe. When that's not, the feminine did not want you. They wanted the masculine, but you
that part.
switched it up, and they didn't like that.
Well,
You
I
know,
can't
the
switch
thing
up
with
my height.
That's
It is
that's
what
what
it
it
is.
was.
That's just a waste of time.
That's what it was.
but
And
you
the
know the
crazy
thing with
part,
the
both of them. But the thing was, I met both of them masculine.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was masculine dressing and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So once I did this, I did it first with my first ex, and then he was
Mm-hmm.
like, no, like, I don't like that, this and that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, first of all, you giving me more feminine than I'm giving you, so how could you not like it? Anywho, but yeah, so it was like I think when I really accepted that, okay, I might like the feminine side more,
Mm-hmm.
they couldn't take it because it
Mm,
tapped into their femininity that they couldn't tap into. Obviously, that's what I'm
yeah.
getting from it.
Right.
So
And
Yeah.
do they want like a femininity but with masculine to want to do things with you, or is it like it's like two feminines like wasn't going together, or was it
No,
like
it was given like a masculine and a feminine. It was given he was the masculine, I was the feminine masculine. You know what I'm saying?
feminine and
But
masculine?
after a while, I was like, okay, I want to try something different. You know,
Oh,
and yeah, and I don't think it shook a bone in his body that just. Mm-mm.
what I do strike to be interesting about it is the fact of like
it's all right.
how even with them, and then even with you saying like at the beginning, you came into the situation masculine, and that's why I think like with the system, it kind of forces everybody to be in this masculine ass role. So people come into that situation, but then as Tifa T said earlier, um, once you're in the relationship and the emotional aspects come through and you start feeling safe, that's when you put down that exterior and really show
God,
the interior to where it's like, okay, this is what I'm giving. And maybe it was like, okay, then, well, maybe we all want masculine ass individuals and we thought that we was going to give that in that sense. But it's like now that we see each other, we see each other. So it's, we good
right,
now, but just
right,
not in that way. You know what I mean?
right,
So,
right, right,
and there are
right.
plenty of gay men out here that do have more masculine energy or show up in the societal aspect of masculinity. So they're out there. They're definitely out there. I just wish that if
Yeah,
they were able to allow people to express their feminine energy and feminine side, that it will actually help make these men who are also masculine in their presentation also balance with their feminine energy, which means that they can still be loving, still be nurturing, still be caring, but also know
right.
when to be assertive when you need for the situation to show assertiveness. And not even that, probably even possibly with you, because I'm just going to assume here with you being versatile,
Mhm.
it means that it's the spice of life, they say, where it's you can have the best of both worlds. So I may give you this, but there
Exactly.
might be a point in time where I might be in a different type of mood. Because at the end of the day, we
Yup.
all niggas. So regardless of
Hello.
the expression, we gonna have those moments and them urges. So I can understand that. And shout out to Deshaun running on the thing, girl. He was running like
Okay.
girl,
He
like he
getting
was
it. He getting
girl,
it.
I'm about to go ahead and get,
You make
just
me want to go
going. And
downstairs
you
in
ain't
my gym.
fall. You
Okay.
ain't over there talking about some and honey, you ain't nothing. We can hear you clear and everything. Come on, Sean.
It's
But shout
called
out to
gravity.
Big Chris for that.
I'm
Shout out to you for sharing
controlling
that.
my breathing while I'm moving. So it's kind of like the monks. You know how the monks control their breath when they're lifting something heavy? The secret is
Lord.
controlling your breath while you're moving and stuff like that. It's always
Queens
important.
Queen Stevie, what is your take? What are your thoughts on the whole situation? What you've heard thus far?
Yeah.
What you got going on? Oh Lord, she ain't fall asleep yet, did she?
She didn't fall asleep, did she?
No, I'm over
Okay.
here looking
Oh,
at looking at
oh,
both. Um,
oh.
yes. I was listening to the conversation, and I must say this, as it pertains to all of us and our sexualities, that I love the fluidness. I love the fluidness on both perspectives. It's the masculine and the feminine. And remember, we just talked about this with CTV last week, where CTV was saying about the divine feminine and the divine masculine. Believe it or not, I started off as a tomboy. So I wasn't really into much feminine things. I had to slowly develop into my own. But now I'm just like a Barbie doll. You can't keep me out of dresses. You can't keep me out of skirts. And the more boob, the more back, the more this, the more that. I love showing it all. So I've been in touch with my sensuality, my sexuality, my femininity. And I think that more and more, each and every one of us in the queer community, we should be embracing it. I don't know why people are so afraid of femininity. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, embrace it. But we know that there's a thing in our community also where it's no fats, no femmes. I say embrace it. Embrace it. Love who you are. If you're versatile, walk in your versatility. Because versatility means that you don't just stay in one lane. I get tired of when people put us in a box or label us as one thing. And it's just like, okay, I want this one day. One day I want to be masked. One day I want to be feminine. Let us enjoy the fruits of our labor. And Big Dog
Yeah,
Chris just said that. Exactly. Let
Yeah,
us
because
and
walk
so
in
many
it.
words. Yeah,
just think about
just
it. Because
walking.
you
And
got
and
females
and
that are
not even
masculine
okay.
and
Go
feminine
ahead.
too. You got females that are masculine and feminine too. They're tomboys. They're this. They're that. They can be anything they want to be, all across the line. So why can't anyone that's sexuality can be fluid too? Why can't they be what they want to be? Like try out some different things. Try out something spicy or something new. You know? I don't know. I don't get it.
Exactly. And Buzz, like you said, walk in your truth. That is like the biggest thing for me. Like, walk in your truth. It's okay to be down low, you know. And I don't. I have, like I said, my friend. He's down low. He been married, got kids, stuff like
Mm.
all that. And I'm just like, just walk in your truth. You know, it's you damn near way older than me. Like, come on now,
Mm.
just come on out. Just do what you got to
Mm.
do.
But
Who can?
that's the
Only God can judge you at this point.
that part. That part. But it be the
It,
fear of how people use God in a way to control the narrative to be like you need to uphold this. And I don't think it's fair that men, especially black men, don't have the opportunities, just like how black women do, to be able to explore their sexuality to see what's really for them. Because if we look at the divorce rate, even though y'all heterosexual, it don't mean that y'all motherfuckers got everything prepared and figured out, because the divorce rate is so fucking large and unfortunately it's growing. So
Mm-hmm.
I think if we can just get to the point to where let me love myself, let me work on myself to be the best version that I can be, and so forth as I continue to grow. Let me attract someone else that is like that, and let's just grow together, because not everybody's going to fit that binary or fit that mold. There are some of us who are just going to be ourselves, and the gag is for those of us who love ourselves, we have to be consistent in that, because if we don't,
Yes.
we gonna fuck around and miss out on our own blessing, which is gonna force us to go back to the world, i.e., ex gays. It's gonna force us to go back to the old way of thinking, because we're so afraid of believing something good happening to us that if we don't see it like immediately, or if we're not consistent enough, we'll go back to it. So for the people who say yes, bitch, I am this, that, and this, and everything in between, and own it, that is a level of courage that even those that judge you could never ever get to, and they really jealous, to be
Basically,
honest.
that's what it is. That's what I got
And
from it.
speaking of ex gays, can we talk about Kim Burrell and Jamal Bryant on this podcast?
Oh, okay.
Yes, you
I'm
can.
I'm gonna let y'all share y'all thoughts. I already said
Lord
my
Kim
thoughts on
Burrell.
CTV, but go ahead. I might
Lord
pipe
Kim
in and chime
Burrell,
in a
my
little bit.
follow Kim Burrell, my Bartholomew, Bartholomew,
Girl, that's William
call her
McCray.
to the forefront.
That's William
Yeah.
McCray. Please make sure y'all hit that like button. It's 80 y'all in the building, and we got 5 likes. Make sure, well, now we at 6. Make sure y'all hit that like button and subscribe to T for T. Okay, and shout out to everybody on the platform. And if you partake of the herb, please take a hit with me, if you will.
Yes, we're
Yeah.
not doing the herb right now,
Hi,
but we
Eris.
will take a puff. Okay.
So, Boy Crazy had a comment for you, Big Dog.
Okay, but I saw something and I couldn't read it. What did it say?
It says, did it
Oh,
ever get
okay.
to a point where the film mass compliment didn't matter in the relationship?
Um, in a way, it did. It did. It did, but it didn't. Like because like I said, I wanted what I wanted, and so by you giving me what you gave me and saying one thing and giving me another, I just couldn't. I couldn't. So it did matter. Yeah, it mattered. I feel like if he could have, accepted it and worked with it, we could have probably still been together. You know,
Yeah.
but things don't always work out the way we want, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because that
Why,
that means
why
it
did
still
There's
why
matters.
somebody for
Sorry.
everybody.
huh? Why do we think it's so many? Why do what's so attractive? Not, and I'm not talking about like features, like physical attractiveness, but what's so attractive about DL or trade men that we put them on pedestals? And I'm not talking about all of us, but in the gay community, it just seems like if a guy comes around, or you could like say you're at a party or you're at the club or anywhere, and then you find out that guy is the, or just say that they hook you up on the apps or something. Like I said, I'm not even on the apps, but they are on the apps and stuff. But so they hit you up and they say they're DL, what pulls out gay person towards that DL or trade person? And we put them over a pedestal over our own uh, out queers. I mean, what's so
Mm.
attractive about that DL person? Because they really, most of them you really can't get much, especially out of trade, but out of DL person you really can't get too much out of them in the way of be being able to be seen with them in public, or go with them to their family or anything like that. So what's so attractive about them that we put them up on a pedestal? Anybody got any thoughts on that?
I believe it's the
Hmm.
allure. It's the allure. It's the
Mm.
mystery. Maybe I got something
Yeah, the
that
excitement.
other people know I don't have.
Yeah, real.
It's the secrecy. It's the keep you having to sneak around and do it. But what's eventually done in the dark will come to the light. That's the point. So DL down low,
Yes.
keeping it a secret, it'll eventually come out. I mean, and we've seen it in shows like what the DL Chronicles. We've seen it in shows like Noah's Ark. Wade, how Wade, was straight. Jensen Atwood's character, how Wade was straight, and then what happened? Him and his the other character, Brandy, had Noah in a threesome situation, and then he was like, "Well, hey, I can't have if I can't have you, then I'm not gonna do it." I'm not going to do this. I'm not comfortable doing this. So we see it in all of these television shows and programs. I believe it's the allure, it's the fantasy. I have something that other people know I'm not supposed to have. And I think that turns a lot of people on. Trust me, I've had my share of DL men, and it is not cute. And this is coming from a trans woman on this panel. I'm the only woman on this panel.
Yeah.
Clock it. Yes. No,
Yeah,
that's
you
true.
have
That's true.
when you do date, if you date or just having sex with them, really, if you just having casual sex with them, that's kind of not not too bad or whatever, because it's just casual sex. But the thing of it is, they do, for some reason they always want to come back, you know, um, and keep you in that loop or whatever. But yeah, it is hard to be in a relationship with them because they're so paranoid all the time, But then they want to be with you, and you want to be with them, but it's just like it's almost like a just that paranoia that comes with them until like I said in my first one, he did come out, so that made everything smoothed out after that. But
But
yeah,
Oh,
and what y'all are saying, I do definitely agree with. I do believe that
yeah.
the allure aspect of
I
it.
don't see me being able to be on this shit.
I think the
You say
whole
what?
alluring aspect of it is, um, yes, I think that's one of the expressions or extensions of it. But I think again, like at the root, systemically, it's about how men with the patriarchy, that men are the ultimate prize. So then when you have gay men, it gets very complex and convoluted at that point because like what do we do? Do you get what I'm saying? Um and I think it's also a proximity to power. If you grew up being openly gay and being ostracized, demonized, and having that access to that power removed from you, now you can have access to that power, but now it's through a transactional way or a sexual way. And again, I've been reading this book. Again, shout out to the book. It's called Blame It on the Dress, The Manufacturing of Black Homophobia and Performative Masculinity. I would like to read a few paragraphs. I swear it's not going to take too long. It's just going to be really,
Oh,
really
go ahead.
quick. I just want to just kind of get into it. It's from chapter five. Chapter five. It's called "The Man Is the Prize: The Mythology of Straight Male Superiority, Masculinity, the Gold Standard of Validation." In the Black community, the narrative that positions men, specifically heterosexual Black men, as the ultimate prize is so deeply embedded that it often goes unchallenged. From childhood, we are fed the same story. Men are providers, protectors, and leaders, the ones to pursue, to impress, to center. The messaging is clear. A Black man with resources, ambition, and masculinity is the rarest gem, the pinnacle of success for both women and, whether acknowledged or not, other men. This belief system is not just about relationships, it shapes power dynamics, social hierarchies, and even the way we perceive our own worth. We doing good, y'all. Just keep it going. We almost there. But there's a contradiction at the heart of this prize mentality. If masculine men are the prize, why do so many Black women and Black gay men, those most conditioned to chase this prize? Because again, if they're the one, let's talk about this reality too. Can we admit those individuals again, Black women, Black queer men, the most conditioned to chase the prize, end up feeling devalued,
Mm,
disrespected, and discarded? Why does this supposed prize offer so little fulfillment, safety, or genuine partnership? The answer lies in the mythology itself. The prize isn't about men being inherently more valuable, it's about power, control, and validation. It's about a community conditioned to worship masculinity while devaluing femininity. It's the last one, and I swear I'm gonna shut the hell up and let everybody else talk. I'm sorry. I hope y'all like uh Delta Airlines, girl. I'm gonna land the plane. We ain't gonna fall out the sky. Trump president, but we still flying high. Okay, soul plane. When the community devalues women while glorifying men, it creates an inevitable consequence. Boys internalize the belief that masculinity is the highest form of value. Attraction, admiration, and even love becomes less about connection and more about achieving proximity to power. This conditioning doesn't just shape heterosexual relationships, it profoundly impacts how the Black gay boys and men see themselves and each other. If men are the prize, what does that mean for boys who are taught to desire men? How
right.
does that shape their understanding of love, sex, and self worth? The prize mentality is more than just a social script. Again, everybody being masculine. It's an indoctrination. And like all indoctrination, it thrives on hierarchy, exclusion, and unspoken contradictions. Okay? So I just wanted to just read that really quick because what everybody is sharing, and I'm glad y'all sharing it, that's a part of our experiences. And I'm saying that I'm glad that we're talking amongst each other and learning new things about each other. So the more that we do that, then we can start paying attention to the systems that actually created all this shit in the first place, that want the DL culture to thrive, especially with this anti-gay shit going on, with the
Yeah.
Christian nationalism and the neo-Nazi shit going on. Yeah, they want to push all that into the closet. But again, shout out to the real individuals, like the ones on this platform who are gonna walk in their motherfucking truth and low key, they're a bitch to say, Ned, do something about it. I'm just saying. I'm done.
Well, Walk with the Ancestors. I watched Quatita. Quatita allegedly, this is what she said. Everything is all alleged. She's probably talking in her head. She doesn't know what's going on. She, even though she's a prediction woman, She was talking about that there is going to be a new bathhouse in Texas, where Texas don't
Ah,
sexual stuff and all that other stuff that she's predicting.
Damn.
So she's saying like there's a couple of names, there's a couple of actors that are DL that are actually hosting it. There's actually another actor that's a woman that is actually lesbian.
Mm.
But here's the thing. This is kind of bad because they're using young boys. This is what she
Mhm.
put in here. Where the boys, where they're going to be blindfolded and they do fellatio on these men. The men doesn't know what's going on,
Wow.
and they're using them as sex slaves. They have them in
Mm.
caves. So there's a lot of energies that's going on. But the thing is, it's just alleged. Everything is all alleged. That's what she was saying. But at the very end, she was saying also that there not only that there's going to be also HIV in not just the LGBT, but the heterosexual women community too. But there's just going to be a vaginal, some kind of vaginal, whatever it is, it's some kind of disease that's going to be not just in the LGBT, but the heterosexual
Vaginosis?
community because of the LGBT and the women together. That's what she was saying. So
You got my vaginolosis? Is that
Something-
what it is?
I, let me again. Let me.
Yeah.
Ooh, child.
It's some kind of. I don't know what.
Girl, all these names and
That's what I'm saying. Vaginalosis.
girl, they got so many. They got so many names and titles and things. Child, I
Hell
can't keep
yeah.
up. Okay.
And let's talk about the
Mm-mm.
names. Y'all ever heard that lotion called La Roche Pussy or something? I'd be like, why would you
What?
want to name your shit La
La
Roche Pussy? Why would you
What
want
the
your
hell
Roche,
is
shit named
that?
La Roche Pussy?
Roach pussy.
La
La
Roche pussy.
Roche.
My
It's
God,
La
today.
Roche?
bougie. La Roche Pussy.
No, what?
My
Yeah.
God,
What
today.
is that?
Okay, what is that? What is it supposed to be?
I think it's a lotion or something. Or some sort of
yeah,
make.
What
it's
I
a
type
don't
of
know.
coochie
skincare
is that
brand.
supposed to be?
Oh, it's a skincare brand.
Skincare
La
brand?
Roche Posay.
Huh?
Are you supposed to put
Yes.
that on your body?
You rub it?
Yes.
But
Supposed
why
to
would
put
they
the,
put
the
the
roach
name?
coochie
Oh
on
my
your body.
God.
So there's coochie juices in it? What
Uh-uh.
is it?
This type of shit that Deshaun like talking about.
And that's for is that for our community or the hetero women? Is that for the hetero women or our community?
Oh, let me go look this up right now, cause now y'all got me curious. Let me ask
Why
you.
does this keep reminding me of
Okay,
Eric
good child.
Badu, where she have like
And
some kind
shout
of
out
juices in the
to T
candle?
for T with these excerpts of information. I really appreciate it. Some of y'all gonna have to
So
pause and read it.
Mm.
Go ahead.
Black Love, I don't know if he's still in here, but he had asked the question before before our other screen was jacking up. He had asked the question, what was is there a difference between like being down low and trade? So I was putting up the, like what the differences is, and with down low men, they can get into a relationship. They're capable of getting into a relationship or dating gay, out gay men or closeted gay men. But with trade, they're more transactional. They're not getting into no relationship with you. They're not seeking you out for that.
Right.
A lot of times they're just seeking you out. It's just and they trade also puts trade is, I guess the definition is like they put off a masculine, straight acting, straight appearing persona, and then they're usually in it for something, like whether it be money, gas, or
Yeah.
eating, or sometimes it's just getting off for sex or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
they're not going to get into a relationship with you or date you or anything. It's just it's like transactional, and that was
Yeah.
that's how I kind of explains it. But somebody else might got a better definition out there.
No, I agree. That pretty much
That's
sounds
that's
like
that's the
that's
definition
it.
right there.
Mhm.
That's definitely it.
And thank you for breaking down DL and trade, because like even sometimes I would get caught up in the whole conflating of it. Because again, somebody calling me. Never mind.
Right.
Hold on one second, Dion.
Yeah, and a lot of people think just because you're because you can be DL and you're not necessarily, just because you're DL, that doesn't mean that that you're going to be masculine. You can be DL and still be feminine, or you can be masculine and feminine, or you can be 100% well, nobody's 100% masculine, whether they think they are or not. Everybody has some masculine and femininity, but sometimes you get with these these toxic masculine guys, so-called masculine guys. They have to put that, go over the top with their masculinity, so they don't want you saying anything about them being feminine at all. But we all have masculine, feminine energy, and especially if you say that you believe in God, because God, if you say, if you go by that King James version of the Bible or whatever, it says that humans are created in His image. So that means God would have had to be masculine and feminine and everything in between. So
Yeah.
in order to create everybody in there, create all of us in her image, or them they image, whatever, however you perceive God. But
Yes, God is in everything. So why do y'all exclude other aspects of
yes.
everything?
So yeah, so that was. Oh, go ahead, Deshaun.
Yeah, how do we know that God could be a woman? How do we know that it could be Adina? Or is it two gods? Because if God had a wife named Asherah, that no one mentions. See, that's the thing that people don't interpret in the Bible. Where's the goddess at? Because I just looked up on Google that there was a goddess named Asherah, and that was supposed to be God's wife. So, how come she's not mentioned?
Ashra, like in Mortal Kombat, Ashra?
Not Asherah, Asherah, not or Asherah.
Oh.
And so I think so. You're getting, when you say that, you're probably getting into that probably goes away from this 16th century Bible. I think it was written around the 14th, 15th, or 16th century, commissioned around that time. So when you're talking to Sean, I think you're getting away from the actual, what they talk about in the Bible, and then getting in more into the mythology of the, probably, like, I'm not sure, I mean, I could be wrong, but you like maybe getting into more of the Greek mythology of where there were a whole bunch of different gods instead of just one god. And then that's where people would worship, Athena, Zeus, Adina, those type of guys. But really, they don't. I don't know if they really put this so much in the Bible. But if you actually go to some of the Dead Sea Scrolls and some of the other writings and stuff, like that, they talk about, like Satan. Satan was a god too. There was God, and then Satan was also. All of them were supposed to be gods. They were angels, but supposedly they were. Satan was a god too. He just got supposedly cast out. If you believe in that creation theory of Adam and Eve, and they talk about that, whatever. But supposedly they were up there as godlike, just as God was. And supposedly, I think it has something to do with, whatever that fictional apple is, or peach or whatever Eve supposedly ate off the tree that opened her eyes and her womb and everything, and took them away from actually being God, because supposedly Adam and Eve would have been gods too, that God created. They would have been gods too.
But the gag
just
is,
not like, I guess, like, I mean, all of that is, I don't understand all of that. I just have to say, I just don't understand a lot of that type of stuff, and I don't subscribe to that type of stuff. But a lot of that stuff, is written about, Satan was also a god too, and then he ended up getting cast out by the greatest god, which was God. And none of us can know that anyway, because we've never heard God. We've never seen God. God's never really actually talked to us. I know people say they hear it or talk it, but I don't myself. That's just my opinion. I don't believe that's God. why is he just showing him? Why is God just talking to you, and then all the other people ain't out there, ain't heard, can't hear him or her or whatever. So, and no one's ever seen him. So, and I think to actually put yourself in that position to say, that God is talking to me, and I know they're talking in a metaphorical way, but to actually say that that you see God, or God in that type of way, that would put you as a God too, in order to, what I'm saying, in order to be able to say God like that.
Also,
Where are they?
you can also be a God because you can be a supreme being. That's what Petita said. If you if you're doing the work of good, you're supposed to be a supreme being. Whatever you're doing that is actually good, like if it's a good deed or anything, you're supposed to have the power too. If anybody could be a God, anyone could be using Jesus's teachings.
And I have to agree, with that. That is true. I do believe that we are all gods. We're not the God. I think the God is the collection of all of us. We are all just our own extensions of that. I mean, it did say, "Let us make men in our image." Who is our? It didn't say "make men in my image." It said "in our image." So
Right.
there had to
In
be
our
more. That's plural. That mean more than one. Um, and again, to what Deshaun just said, if you look at the actual teachings of Christ, even taking it from outside of the canon, which is the Bible, and looking at the lost Gospels of Thomas, um, Christ talks about and told his disciples that y'all are gods too. Y'all sitting over here marveling over the stuff that I'm doing. You're going to go forth and do far greater works than me. The problem with organized religion, especially in this country, the origin of it, in a sense, at least in the American way, is the fact that now they found a way to actually control the narrative of that story and then try to force you into what they believe.
Mm.
And they can't even verify what it is that they believe, because that book was never about any sort of healing, any sort of love, anything that was inclusive, anything that had equity, anything that had diversity, DEI, none of that. It was used for control. That's exactly what it was. But yes, even though it was used for control, there are always wisdom of truth, girl. What? Nuggets of wisdom, girl. Nuggets of truth, girl. That's throughout the Bible, and the teaching of Christ is one of those things. Organized religion just pimped it and said that Jesus is the damn piece of man outside Little Caesars with the little shit or whatever, doing tricks, trying to bring people into the church. But yet Christ is outside the church. He's not
Mm-hmm.
in it. That's where a lot of the Pharisees and Sadducees are, or the individuals who are now in control of and power in this country. So it's a lot. It's a lot. My thing is, how deep down the rabbit hole do y'all want to go? Because we can go there. No shade.
y'all.
Damn, I know I smoke weed, girl. Did y'all hit the blunt too with me, girl? Y'all just chill as hell.
So I'm gonna throw on this other
Oh,
video.
I'm just listening.
I'm gonna go on this other
They must
video where they talk a little bit about trans, and we can throw in how DL culture kind of goes into that too. So and I'll throw that in.
Before we go to the video, I just want to know this.
I'm still here.
Didn't because they always say that there's only two genders too. Like, I'm talking about, let's go back to Trump. Oh, there's only two genders, a man and a woman, but there's another third gender, which is intersex. The problem is, okay, so if God don't make mistakes, then how come God made the what is it called? What do you call those angels? The archangels. Then you have the cherubims and the cherubims. You got the cherubims and the cherubims. They're all fused into one. These angels. There's one angel that has so many eyes. The eye with all the other eyes, and then you have the cherubim where there's an ox, there's a tiger, there's a bear, there's a fowl, then there's a man, a human man fused together with wings that sounds like water. So how come you don't say this, but you wouldn't dare say it? Because the thing is, it's just it's an angel, but the thing is, you can't accept what the natural order is, which was the third gender, which I don't understand because the Native Americans didn't care about this third gender. They were called two spirits, and then they were also there was a Native American term that was called what they were called. So I don't understand why these people act like this is something new and they're scared about it, and it's all based on fear because they don't want to challenge what's accepted
Bingo.
here already here. That's the thing.
Bingo. It's based on fear because how he won this election was based on fear. It's the trans. Oh, the trans are coming out to get you. They're using the bathrooms. They're doing this. The gays are out doing this. The drag queens are doing this. The Jews are doing this. What do we see? Lo and behold, over this weekend, 4 children. And I just touched on this today when I did my interview with Darren. Four
Yeah.
children have been deported out of this country. It's the immigrants, it's the migrants. 100 days. Today makes 100 days of this man in the office, bulldozing over our rights and our democracy. And if you go and you look on the White House lawn, there are pictures of people who are legally here in this country.
Mm.
Now, I don't know their extent to whatever, but we're seeing pictures of them all over that. That's what we're seeing.
I mean,
Yeah.
and then also not only that, they're removing for kids that are committing suicide because they're different or they're LGBT or even autism.
Yeah,
Because
RFK Jr.
RFK is going to remove that, and it's like, are you fucking crazy, dude? You're absolutely fucking crazy. Why would you remove something that people are going through every day? They're getting bullied every day. They're not being accepted by their parents. They're not being accepted by the school to fit in. They don't know what to do. It feels like they're trapped. They don't know where to go to the point where they have to commit suicide. So why the hell would you remove that? Because they're trying to find help, and you're trying to get rid of something that they're trying to find help to. What the hell is your problem, dude? But that's the problem that we have. Their idea is to create something. They are going to create something where they're going to create something dangerous. And that's exactly what it is. And guess what? The whole other family that's actually marrying these people that are absolutely crazy right now because they have to fit in. If someone get killed because they have to find out or anything like that, that's the problem. The family is going to lose their daughters because of this crazy person, because he had to suffer all his life because he was bullied all the time because he had to fit in. That part.
Deshaun, not just that, but also the antidepressant. He also
Can we take Deshaun
the link or the live?
Can y'all send the link
That's RFK Jr., y'all. That when that brainworm take a hold. That thing. Girl, make me want to clear my throat right now, bitch, just listening to that shit. No, but to Deshaun's point, yeah, the fact that they're removing the unaliving hotline network. You know what I'm saying? Unaliving prevention hotline network, shall I say? That's going to hurt a lot of people because there are trans youth that are in homes that are very queerphobic and don't know what to do. They had a safe space at school, but they're hunkering down on schools now to where you can't create a safe space for them. So now they're also dealing with being ostracized and bullied because if we're dealing with all this queer phobia from the parents, I can only imagine what the fuck the kids is bringing in the schools. Mm-hmm. And then they have one less outlet in reference to saving their lives, and that's being removed. So what they're hoping for is for queer people, queer children to take their own lives, but then they're going to fuck around, unfortunately, and manifest situations to where, yeah, that queer person may take their own life, but not before they take some of your children's lives first. Mm-hmm. That's going to be the sad reality of the whole situation. That's what happens when you don't deal with the actual situation and you try to put a Band-Aid over a fucking gunshot wound and then feel some type of way when now that bitch got to be amputated. So I think we need to focus more on those thing. So
They're
if you're
taking your
removing all that stuff, it's gonna be nothing but tragedy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
they're taking your children. Let me tell you something. I feel like the schools are taking your children. I feel like the schools are using these children as some kind of as their own, because the thing is these children are going to be owned by the school system. They're taking your children. The reason why I'm saying this is because now they have the ability. These teachers they're bringing back. This is from Donald Trump or somewhere, whoever put that law in there, where now the teachers can hit your kids.
I wish the fuck they would. I don't have kids, but I wish the fuck they would. I would literally get out there and you would see me on Snapped or either Deadly Women. I can promise you that.
I mean,
They used to paddle my ass when I was little in school. Shoot, I got paddled a few times.
Cortita says she'll be at the school, and she's gonna fuck someone up if they ever touch Pink Bean, because she'll be whooping everyone's ass up in that school and go to jail. She don't care, because you don't know what's going on in the school. Let's just say that some of these badass children blame you. Let's just say if you were a kid and you didn't do anything, but they'll blame you, and then the teacher hits you and you didn't do anything. You don't know what's going on as a parent. You don't know what's going on in those schools. It happens all the time. You don't know. Kids lie to other kids to save their ass. You don't know what is going on. So you're going to allow these children to hit your children? Those are your children.
Let me tell you something. If somebody were to hit my damn child, I would be surprised if I got a call and they said, "Mr. Bubs," and I said, "Yes, we'd like to talk to you about your damn daughter. What happened?" The teacher tried to hit your daughter, so the daughter grabbed a social study book and commenced to beat his ass like she was the female John Wick. Okay, so put your hands on my kids. My kids will know how to defend themselves, whether it be adult, child, friend, or foe. Ho, you mess with my kids, girl, you gonna give them back, bitch. You try to kidnap my kids coming right back. You gonna drop them right back off at the damn front door, bitch. Right at the
What's
house.
up, Conscious?
And
Hey,
I see TV in the building. What's going
hey
on?
y'all.
What's going on?
Hi, happy Monday. Hey everybody.
I didn't even know he was going to be up here.
I didn't know either.
Okay.
But y'all are always having riveting dialogue.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
You know, you missed the first half. We were actually over in Restream, and and then it kept kicking Miss Stevie and then Big Dog. It kept kicking them out. So we cut that stream short after about we might have been in there about maybe 20-30 minutes, and we cut it short, and then I just came over to StreamYard and started all over. So when people look at this, they're gonna say like, why the hell did he start this in the middle of a stream?
Nice.
Thought it was over. There was a plan.
So I
Okay,
had
come on in. You can just use your voice. That's fine. Come on in, Slick. Slick, my friend. I say she, but Slick is them, they.
Yes.
okay, them day. Nice. So I had wanted to speak to the whole question of like what appeals to I'm going to say particularly Black queer men and Black trans women regarding the LGBT. I mean, regarding like the down low, because I've been really nesting in that question and really trying to get to the nook and crevice of it. I think that the first thing that's attractive. Hold on, how can I say this? The first thing that's attractive as it relates to the down low community comes from our unconscious as queer people, like seeing that masculinity coupled with the down lowness appeals to our emotional injuries as queer men, since homophobia is largely a byproduct of toxic masculinity, which created all of these anti-queer centered ideas that were perpetuated largely by our fathers, brothers, community leaders, etc. So being able to embark upon relational intimacy with the down low is a way for us to get the hug and the love and the acceptance that archetypal masculinity withheld from us. It's the same psychology of the girl who has daddy issues, who look for the presence of her father in every other man, even if he's a toxic, broken, destroyed one. I think the attraction to toxic masculinity is in part due to the unhealed psychological woundedness for sure. And until the Black, gay, and trans community get the psychological help we need, the community will suffer in loneliness and continue to glorify the same men who uphold the systems that are contributing to the killing of our Black, gay, and trans community members. The attraction to the down low is a byproduct of our spiritual and emotional and mental mutations. Every time we are running into the arms of the down low, we're psychologically running into the arms of our dads, of our brothers, of our uncles, of our pastors, of our grandfathers, all the men that failed us. The down low represents the only man most queer people have known, which is the emotionally and physically unavailable one. Therefore, the only way to dismantle the pedestalization of the toxic masculine trope is to confront the deficit on the deepest psychological of levels. How it plays out in preference and attraction is just like the expression of our psychological condition, but it's the psychological that's where the issue is for sure.
Woo. He said it, y'all.
You said it.
Girl.
You
That was
said
me.
it.
Wherever y'all getting them sound effects from.
That was me. I'm sorry with this damn soundboard thing.
I know,
Yeah.
I'm hyped too. I wish I had some sound effects.
He said everything that I damn near wanted to say. Come on, you the church.
That's basically
See how
Hey,
the
girl.
universe works? See how the universe works, moms? When y'all two come together and the energy just comes together, like the words, you don't even have to say anything. It was just right there. You know what I mean? It's just amazing.
I blame this on y'all because y'all be pulling this out of me. Y'all be just the way y'all be stirring up dialogue and into things, just be getting into the things. It pulls me out of my damn self.
And no shade, as far as how conscious like flows and stuff, no shade. It for a lot of y'all, it may be new to y'all, but this is true to me. Okay, because these type of conversations, baby, look, trust me. Yes, the nigga is the truth. Yes, make you want to look at your own truth. Exactly. But I do agree with that. That's why we have these experiences. That's why I also agree that these individuals are attracted to the masculine aspect in reference to, again, the proximity to power. And the system knows that, which is why it it operates the way that it does. Which is why, again, it takes people walking in their truth, what is authentic to them, not just what society says or like CTV said, the granddaddy, the uncle, the daddy. Doesn't matter. It's about what do you say. You came in this world by yourself. You're gonna leave by yourself. You have your own individual, unique fingerprint. We all have our own fingerprint, which means by right, birthright, we already have access to all of this. So it's about what you believe, because what your mind conceives and your heart believes, the hand will achieve. And the way that life is set up, baby, you're gonna be gagged for the rest of it. So when you loving yourself, and I'm even learning this as well, girl, because it's true. Just learn how to be okay in being uncomfortable, because being uncomfortable is where your blessings and stuff is at. And no shade, as a nigga that was talking a lot of shit, girl. The reality is hitting, girl, to where I have to step the fuck up, bitch. So when I say this from a place also of my own personal experience, which, again, to Queen Stevie's point, this is about fear. It is fear that holds us back. It is fear that the system understands that makes the most money. It's the most profitable. If I can make you afraid and scared, you would give me anything. Look at organized religion. That's why they have pastors, again, on one of the lives that I did, where they're talking about protecting the children and the drag queens come in and they're going to influence the children. Oh my God. But yet you got pastors that are in their fucking 30s dating girls that are 16 years old. The whole church know about it. The family know about it. because, oh my God, he's the pastor. If there was any man that I would want for my damn child, it would be him. And as
because
soon as the clock strikes 12 midnight on 18, baby, he's doing what a lot of these individuals do best, girl, like colonizers, come in to steal, kill, and destroy your damn daughter's coochie. Not because he loves her, but because this is a part of the patriarchy and this is what you're supposed to do. Us being queer is just natural resistance to the system, which is why they're trying so hard to snuff us out. And again, make sure y'all ass bye.
That's
Blame it on the
spicy.
dress, the manufacturing of black homophobia and performative masculinity, because
but
everything that
listen,
CTV
there's
said is in the damn book.
everything. But
Damn.
the thing I'm gonna tell you why. There is a connection, spiritual. There's a connection because, like I said, everything is getting exposed. So they're trying to silence gay people and try to have them in their lower vibration where they cannot succeed into the higher vibration because the gay people are on to the elites because the elites are the ones that are actually they have the media, they have the churches, they have everything that is actually connected. So what they do is they have a program and a network where they can actually use because remember the Republicans got exposed for whatever they were doing for ciphering young boys. And they don't want to get freaking exposed anymore. So what they're trying to do is try to figure out how to get rid of the gays. So what they were trying to do is they're trying to put the gays to ex-gay, to force them ex-gay. Either they have to allow these straight people to beat them up, force them to beat them up, their kids and everything else, to make them submit and submit and stuff like that, so they don't know what's going on, so they can keep you down, so that you can be like in some kind of zombie state, so you can't speak about what's going on in the church. Even in when these pastors are doing things to the little girls, all connected. Same thing is from the higher ups. They're all doing that. It's all a plan of all control. It's all about mind control. It's all about trying to break your spirit and your vibration, your energy, your hue. You understand? Because you know who you are. All of you individuals know who you are. Because my family tried to make me be like a homophobe, and I already knew that something was wrong. Because the thing is, they control gay people so that they don't speak. They control women so that they don't speak because they know that something is wrong when they're dating and they don't know who men are they're dating and stuff like that. Because there's women that are Stepford wives, and then they try to speak for all women when all women are not like that. And there's women that want to date just heterosexual men, and they don't know because they don't have a choice. Because these heterosexual men force gay men to have sex with women, and that's exactly what it is. It's a force thing. It's a force thing. It's a force thing. And that's what it is. It's all a program. It's all a simulation. That's what it is. Oh yeah, and like Stevie said, is they're also doing like have a baby bonus where if you have a baby,
$5,000. Yep.
yeah, and all that other stuff. Like, what the heck is all of that? And then keep having babies and all that other stuff. But the thing is, that's still a program because the thing is, they're using children as some kind of control, so that they grow up to be some kind of control robot and stuff like that. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't be authentic of who you are. You can't be gothic. You can't be a nerd. You got to be a basic person that is boring.
Assimilated.
And what did CTV say when I had CTV on last week? We just talked about that. That is based on patriarchy. Is based on misogyny. This $5,000 baby bonus. Me and Darren, because Darren didn't even know about it till I mentioned it to him today. About these $5,000 baby bonuses. They did this shit all the way back in Nazi Germany. So
I
all of
didn't know.
these policies that he's pulling into place, I'm not surprised because it's beat the gays into submission. It's beat women into submission. It's beat the blacks into submission. You're thinking that you're socking it to the blacks. You're wanting to hurt us. You're socking it to the libs, but you're not doing that. You're socking it to yourselves as well too, because you're suffering.
Mhm.
That's
That's
what it is. It's
it's
about control. It's about control with this. And then you have some people in our community, and T.S. Madison, she always says it beautifully. She said this. She said, "You want to push the white man out of the seat and replace that white man. That will never happen. America's a white America. This America's been built on a business by white men. As I stated today when I did the interview with Darren, it's been built by for white men. They don't want anybody else to benefit. They don't want the gays to benefit. So that's how he won this election. Again, he won off of fear. These people are out to get you. Oh, they're using the women's bet. No, 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 no. And before y'all even try to blame it on Biden, no, Biden didn't do none of this. No, he didn't. So don't try to shift the blame and deflect, because Republicans, they're notorious for doing that. This, what you're seeing right now, is a mix of everything. And I told Darren and Poetic this today on the show. I said, you know what? This is a mix of the great replacement theory. This is a mix of the golden and the gilded age. And this is also reminiscent of Nazi Germany, because it's beat people into submission, put people in concentration camps, which is what we're seeing right now. 4 children have been deported. There was a school outing that happened in Charleston over the weekend, and I posted that in my stories. So it's not the gays, it's not the drag queens, it's not us trans people or non-binary or anything else, or Jewish or women that is causing the problem. It's more so of a white man thing. What you're seeing right now is white fear take over this country and rule. And it's, I don't want anybody else. I will bring you down to your knees. I will whoop you into submission. And one thing black people will not be is we will not be moved. So y'all can think that y'all socking it to us and y'all bringing us down, but y'all ain't doing a goddamn thing but bringing yourselves down. Y'all are willing to burn this country down. This man said that he is the leader of the free world. He just said that. He is the leader of the world.
There is no leader of the world.
He not leading nobody. He's leading us, all right. Leading us straight down the drain with these tariffs. China said, I got you, bitch. I'm not shipping nothing else to y'all country. Fuck that.
And they don't have to.
Pretty soon, they ain't gonna be nothing on those shelves in the stores. That's what's gonna happen. But y'all also worried about the gays. Y'all worried about putting people back in the closet.
Yeah, because it's a
That's what
distraction.
y'all are worried about. Yeah, they use us as a distraction while they take your 401k, they take your military benefits. And oh, one more thing I'm going to remind each and everybody in here. Elon Musk still has our data. And he's just going la about his day saying he's going to get out of politics because the left is trying to attack him. No, baby, you getting it from both sides. They both on your head, and everybody needs to stay on your head because you got our shit. Give us our shit back.
Bitch.
Mess is home.
No shade. And again, all this stuff. Somebody got an echo. I feel like Karen Clark Sheard. You're not alone. You're not alone. You're not alone. I hold your hand. I hold your hand. I hold your hand. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought the echo was gonna work.
Y'all ready to get into this
Yes,
other
yes,
video
yes,
here?
yes.
Oh, did you have something to say? Go ahead. What
No,
you
no,
got
no,
to
no,
say?
no, 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 no. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
Okay. And then feel free to stop it if you know, because y'all got access to stop it if you want to, or just tell me, just say stop it or pause
I
it.
don't have access for that.
Yeah, you do. Go ahead. Can you see the videos down here? Can you see the videos?
No, I'm in here as a guest.
Oh, you're in it. Hell, I thought I gave you.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's cool. This your stuff. You can pause it. Go ahead. Let me shut the hell up.
Oh, you know what? Never mind. That was in Restream. When we were in Restream, it allowed me to give y'all access to control everything. Over here in StreamYard, it didn't, I guess. Or if it does, I don't know where the hell it is. So.
Riley, this all stems from us appeasing a mental delusion, trying to accommodate a psychological condition, which then, of course, invades female privacy, female sports, so on and so forth. Riley.
Well, yeah, I mean, as you said, this is the most basic of truths, man and woman. It's the sheer essence of humanity, a truth we have never struggled to understand in the nearly 250 years we've been established as a country, and certainly much longer than that. Hate to break it to every single person listening to this, you are all here, from man and woman. And that is what we're being asked to deny. I believe the gender ideology movement as a whole really is an attempt to normalize pedophilia across the board.
Because this slippery slope argument is exactly the same kind of shit that was thrown at same-sex couples before same-sex marriage was legalized nationwide in the United States. It was, oh, if we let men marry men and women marry women, what's next? Is a man going to want to marry his dog? What happens then? You know, and they do the same thing with trans people. Oh, if a man can, in their mind, if a man can just decide that he's a woman all of a sudden, if a man can identify as a woman, what's to stop me from identifying as a gorilla? You know, it's the same thing. It's the bullshit slippery slope argument. If we allow this one thing, if we respect this group of people, then what's next? Respecting other groups of people? And then they make up groups of people.
I told you that
And they say, you'll have to respect them too. People who fuck their lawnmowers, you're going to have to respect them. That's going to become a protected identity. Is that what you want? That's the only real argument that they have, the slippery slope. And it never makes any sense because, first of all, there is no correlation whatsoever between trans people and pedophilia or trans people and any kinds of attacks or crimes against children. That's a complete non sequitur. It's just scaremongering. It's just scapegoating. They try to blame trans people for pedophilia, for child abuse, for child sex abuse specifically. And they say, oh, if we give these people more rights, it's going to hurt the kids. It's going to hurt children. It's going to loose predators on our precious children. What about the children? Won't someone please think of the children? That's another argument that they use. They used it for same-sex couples as well. And they still do. I'm not saying they don't anymore, but they really want you to focus on trans people the last several years. And it's always the same argument. And it's rooted in paranoia and alarmism and bigotry and all kinds of other things. But the one thing it's not rooted in is the facts. Because not only are trans people no more likely to be pedophiles or attackers of children, regardless of how you categorize it or regardless of how you describe their crimes, they're more likely to be victims of crimes than cis people are likely to be victims of crimes. This is a press release about a study conducted at the UCLA School of Law Williams Institute, released in March of 2021. The headline says, transgender people over 4 times more likely than cisgender people to be victims of violent crime. And why are trans people statistically more likely to have a criminal record than cis people? Why are they statistically more likely to have run-ins with the cops, to have been arrested, to have been charged with crimes? It's because they are targeted disproportionately, both by cops supposedly enforcing the law and by legislators who make laws and about those laws. Quoting again from the article, among the variety of laws that disproportionately impact transgender people, bathroom laws. Over the past year, cities and states have debated and in some cases passed laws criminalizing transgender people for using the restroom that matches the gender they live every day. Why are they targeting trans people? They've obviously just innocently got their facts wrong, haven't they? They have somehow gotten the impression that trans people are a threat to cis people and particularly to children, but that's not actually true. So if Riley Gaines and Charlie Kirk and all the other transphobes who are concerned about the safety of children really want to target a group that seems to be a danger to children, maybe there's another group that they should be focusing their efforts on. And maybe it's even a group that's a little closer to them than they think. A former pastor of a Texas megachurch has surrendered to authorities in Oklahoma on child sex abuse charges. Right below that, from the BBC, April 1st, Christian preacher in India gets life in jail for raping woman. So it's not just an American phenomenon, it's a global thing. Look at this. The result right below that, from the New York Times, from just this past November 27th, 2024, youth pastor charged with nearly 200 sex crimes. Below that, the New York Post from January 20th, 2025. Pastor arrested for sexual battery day after preaching about, let me click through there and see what that one says. Pastor arrested for sexual battery and kidnapping day after preaching about letting bygones be bygones. I wonder why that particular message was on his heart that day, huh? Let's keep going here. NBC News, Michigan youth pastor arrested on charges of criminal. Got to see what the end of that sentence is. Michigan youth pastor arrested on charges of criminal sexual conduct against minors. How about that? Do you see a pattern forming here? Christian Post, March 17th, Futures Church youth pastor Daniel Menelau arrested. What was he arrested for? Let's see. Oh my. Futures Church youth pastor Daniel Menelau arrested for possession of child porn. Where was this? Alpharetta, Georgia. A youth pastor in Alpharetta, Georgia. Can you imagine? Here's one. Son of Ohio megachurch pastors arrested and charged with rape of minor. Right below that, church leaders. Michigan worship pastor pleads guilty to 15 charges related to hiding camera in church bathroom. Below that, Minnesota church volunteer charged with sexually assaulting children. So it's not just the pastors. Sometimes it's also just the people who volunteer for the church who are sexually assaulting children. You've heard a lot of people on the right spinning that narrative. And then the other thing you've noticed is a lot of Christians, conservative Christians, evangelical Christians, people who presumably are more often than not voting for those candidates on the right, who are being arrested for actually harming children. A lot of rhetoric trying to scare people into thinking trans folks are a danger to children, and then a lot of actual facts in the form of arrests and charges and convictions of Christians being a threat to children, and specifically a threat as sexual assaulters to children. You really don't hear very often about a trans person being arrested for a sex crime. You hear a lot of rhetoric trying to demonize them and scapegoat them for being pedophiles and being perverts and being sex criminals. But the pedophiles and perverts and sex criminals who are actually being found and identified and arrested, way more often they seem to be Christians and conservative folks, people who politically probably lean a lot more toward the right than the left. What's the deal with that? You know, there's an old saying, and I use it frequently when I talk about people on the right, that
Said it in the
every accusation is a confession. I've said that about Trump. I've said that about Trump supporters. I've said that about Republicans and conservatives in general many times, and so have a whole bunch of other people. With these guys, and sometimes it is laughably transparent. Every accusation is a confession. Now, what do we do with that pattern when it comes to this subject? This group of people, they sure are accusing people in other groups of assaulting children. They sure do like to do that. They sure are making those accusations a whole bunch, very frequently. So what are we to do with that? What conclusion are we to draw? I will say that, again, statistically, factually, as far as we have been able to discover the facts up to this point, trans people as a group are not a threat. They are the threatened. And the actual threat to children seems to be, more so than trans people certainly, Christian pastors, conservative people, right-wing people, cis people. If I were going to show a finger to the Riley Gaineses and Charlie Kirks and all the other transphobes of the world, I wouldn't be doing it like this. I'd be doing it like this. And that actually works so nice for what I'm trying to say, because the middle finger goes up, and that stands for basically go fuck yourself. That's what you can do. And then the other three fingers point down, which, according to traditional beliefs, is the location of hell, which is where you can go.
All right. What do y'all think about that?
These
He-
are my
he- he
convictions,
talked
just
about
put my
passion,
on the side of the- say my stick on the side. I'm sorry.
I already said this. They're using gay people as a shield so that no one would know what's going on behind closed doors with these lawyers, teachers, and all the other stuff that's be going on with these children. There's way too many reports of children that are having sexual relationships with older men and women that are actually 10 and obviously is lower than that now.
You got an echo. Sean, you got an echo. Somebody, yeah, we got an echo somewhere.
Hello?
Yeah, you had a.
We
When you
good now.
started
I think it
talking,
was
the
Queen
echo.
Stevie who had the echo.
Oh,
We
was it
good
Queen
now. Go
Stevie?
ahead.
All right, go ahead, Deshaun. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all a distraction. They're trying to get your children. They're trying to do things to them. Like I said, there's already sex rings going on. There's a lot of secrets that's going on. It's all connected. It's all connected. What they're doing now, they're actually using the LGBT because the LGBT is the scapegoat of their go-to. Remember, all these heterosexuals are too blind to see that the other heterosexuals are also molesting their children, but they're too blind to see it. So they're blaming gay people for every little thing that they do. That's basically what it is. And the thing is, it's sad because the thing is, they allow this to happen. Some people support this because the thing is, boys are supposed to have sex with women that are fucking 35 years old, even though they're fucking 10 years old or 9 years old. And the thing is, that's how you create more of these damaged, broken people because you made them overly sexualized. But you said you don't know, children are not supposed to know what sex is. But then you force all this shit on them. You're so fucking narcissistic, it's ridiculous, and you're sociopathic. What is it? Is it either they supposed to or not? Are they? What about their identity? So you can't. So they don't know what their identity is, but you're forcing them to have sex. It's overly sexualized. But when they're gay, oh, they're overly sexualized. So you have to beat them into submission. But the thing is, it's all about. But the thing is, it's all a distraction, so they can have their way with children. They're having sex with children. It's a business.
Yeah, it seems to me like, well, it ain't no seem, it is. These Republicans, these conservatives, they're always passing these laws against, the LGBTQIA plus community. But they're the same ones that are getting caught in the bathroom stalls. What is this? Who is it? What was this? He's not a senator anymore, but I think he was a senator in Idaho somewhere, and he was going over to Prague, and he was slipping over there, having sex with these boys and young children and stuff, and had been slipping over there, slipping over to Prague, Russia, different places for a good 20 years, and now he just got caught. And same thing with even though we knew about, a lot of us knew that Diddy was diddling out there, and then Shannon Sharp, he's questionable to me too. I just say allegedly. I would say he was bisexual, but just that's just my opinion. But a lot of these people who are against us, or in public are against us, behind closed doors or in another country or whatever, they're slipping around, laying up with these boys, paying them, getting escorts, you know, uh, hopping on, what was it, Grinder, shutting that site down during the Republican convention. So a lot of these ones, they're passing these laws against us. But just like this guy here just said, in this video, they're the ones who are out here sleeping, having sex and picking up gay boys and trans, and I mean, it's just astounding to me. I mean, it's such hypocrisy. I mean, I guess I'll just leave it there.
No, I agree. Unfortunately, that is the case. And this is not even just something that's happening here in the states. Like, I forgot the name of the documentary, but I know it's somewhere in the Middle East. And they have this law over here where they're against homosexuality, but yet there seems to be like this unspoken exception that people understand. There are groups of powerful men that would literally go to low income areas scouting for young boys and dress them up in female garbs and teach them how to dance in their traditional feminine dance in front of all these older men, to where these older men would also bet to try to have these boys, and of course, unfortunately, not just mentally and emotionally, but sexually abuse them as well. And then when they become of age or they're no longer desirable, they would unalive them. They documented it for real. Like niggas was literally pulling up to people's houses over here, literally saying, "I will pay for your son to come learn with us. I will give y'all money, whatever problem y'all in, I will be able to fix it." There was one scene where there were two powerful men, and they were sitting over here talking over this one young boy that they wanted so bad, but yet they couldn't touch him because one of the, I guess, the actual fuck the main boss, the main boss girl. He had the baddest one, apparently. So again, to Deshaun's point, it's sad because these same people who claim to want to protect the children when they're actually in the vicinity of children, and I mean unadulterated access, again with those pastors, if I have the key to your salvation, if I'm the one that can hear from God and you can't hear from God but through me, of course he's going to give me everything, including your daughter. And lastly, if I don't know if you guys watched this documentary on Netflix. I forgot what it's called, but there was this big ass motherfucking cult where these older men were literally marrying all these young girls and had all type of like 20, 30 something wives. From older women of age down to young girls. This is a systemic type of thing.
It's
It
the
is a form of control, and the children are their projections of whatever unhealed shit they got going on. They put it
exactly.
onto the children.
But the thing
That is the
is,
sad part.
But
Go
the
ahead.
thing is, they want to repeat the cycle. You want to know why they're doing this? Is because they want those kids to be just like them, so that they can repeat the business. That's the thing, is to keep the business thriving. Because if you keep the kid broken from whatever he's authentic, whatever it is, he will grow up to be just like the person that is broken. So he can inherit the same sickness to create more of the same cycle. That's the reason why this is happening. And everybody wants to be quiet. Everyone wants to just be silent. When it comes to gay people, they just want to go and just lash out and freaking yell and scream and get angry. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
What say you, Miss Stevie or Conscious?
Yeah.
Miss Stevie done passed out.
You done passed out.
No, I'm up.
Miss
I'm
Stevie?
I was about to say,
My
oh,
nails
I'm
are
lost
wet.
Jesus.
No, I'm up. I'm over here doing my nails. Um Listen, they always use the children as a scapegoat. It's the trans, it's the gays, it's us. No, it's not us. Y'all are being very hypocritical. Y'all are accusing us of something, but you're doing it behind the scenes. You're getting pops. It was a story, and it was, I think, two Republican men got caught on the House floor. Everybody's seen that video of these two men on the House floor having getting intimate on the House floor. Literally, that video was circulating everywhere. But it's not the gays that you should be worried about. You want to talk about protecting the children? Why didn't you protect those children in that ooting that just happened in Charleston, and the other ooting that happened at Florida University? It's not the children. It's not the gays that are doing that. But you should be protecting them. Those are the ones you should be protecting. And the person that are doing these things, the people that are out here doing these things, are not us. It's y'all. But y'all keep quiet. Y'all turn a blind eye to it because you've been conditioned that way. And that cycle will continue on. It's not going to stop. Your homophobia, your transphobia will not absolve you at all. So blaming the queer community, blaming us in the trans community, when we're 1% of the population, as Laverne Cox beautifully stated, Y'all are worried about the wrong fucking 1%. The wrong 1%.
Mhm.
And Deshaun said it best. Y'all use us as a cover up. Oh, it's the gays. They come in, they in women's bathrooms. They gonna do this. We're not in there doing that. If that's what you think. We're not doing that. But we know that there's some hetero white men who are doing that. And they're Republicans. I mean, hell, Pete Hegseth, you got a 34-time convicted felon sitting up in the White House. These are the people you should be worried about. Those are the people you should be protecting the kids from.
Mhm.
Not to mention, oops, twice impeached. And now they're calling for more articles of impeachment. That ain't gonna do shit. You're gonna have to get the Republicans on board for that. That's a whole nother conversation. But the criminals and the fugitives you should be worrying about keeping your children away from, you're shaking hands with them. You voted to put them in office. Some of y'all. Those are the ones that you should be worrying about, not the queer community. We're not the issue here. You voted to put this fucker back in office, and now this orange piece of shit is not leaving. They're already trying to give him a third term. Trump 2028. He's not leaving. So what are y'all going to do? When it's all said and done, it's not the gays that are doing what you're thinking that we're doing. It's not us. You need to be worrying about Matt Gaetz and the 34-time twice impeached convicted felon or thug in chief. That's who you should be worried about.
Yeah, because he was messing with underage girls.
Going in their dressing rooms and stuff. By the way, did you pay E. Jean Carroll her $88 million?
Right. Did you pay it?
But you worried about what we're doing in the queer community. We're the problem. We're the problem. So you want to take away our rights. You want to dehumanize us and treat us as second-class citizens, as y'all have always been doing. Matt Gaetz is another one. And since we're talking about opening up the Pandora's box, why don't you let us see what's in those Epstein files while you're at it?
Ooh.
And the P files is over in Russia.
Mm-hmm. Oh, be careful because he don't want to fall out that damn third-story window or find out he's in some freak car accident.
Somebody's got an echo.
Always.
Yeah, somebody's got an echo. Somebody check their speakers. There's an echo coming in somewhere.
I think it was Queen Stevie, but she muted now.
I will say that using pedophilia in dialogue, especially as a white person about trans rights, is a strongman argument tactic that falls really short of any relevancy and deflects from the inhumanity of white people toward every other non-white group that they refuse to acknowledge. These people worried about normalizing everything but affordable housing and cost of living.
Mhm.
Christianity has led to more deaths and global harm than any other known group in history. So it's likely to be more harmful to the collective to choose to be Christian than it is to be trans. 82% of serial killers are Caucasians. So being born a white male is more of a threat to national and global security than it is choosing to be trans. This talking point around the children is really raggedy, substanceless. It's fueled by transphobes who insist on projecting their hate-filled worldview on others in an attempt to gatekeep liberty and justice for all. And once again, to the bald-headed, cross-eyed white bitch who made the point in the video, being born a Becky has higher odds of growing up to be a Karen.
Mayonnaise.
Transgenders in and of themselves leading to the normalization of pedophilia. Like if you cared about pedophiles, you wouldn't have elected Jeffrey Epstein's best friend as the president of the United States of fucking America, ho.
Twice.
So I just be waiting on another reach. from these people. Just another reach.
Yeah, don't forget about freaking Nancy Mace. That freaking woman is always concerned about fucking trans women.
I
Like,
got a
really?
heart
But
like a
but she
truck.
allowed her trans friend to use the fucking bathroom. Like, that don't even make any sense. But you're so concerned about trans. And then on top of that, didn't a gay man? I just showed that on what is it on Instagram with the friends. You know, everyone. That a gay man questioned her, and she said, "Get out my face." Get out my face. And I'm the one that voted for the LGBT marriage and all that. And he said, what does that got to do with what my question is? But see, she was weaponizing what she actually said. Oh, I'm the one that was siding with you on gay marriage.
You talking about Nancy Mace from my city of South Carolina? That Nancy Mace? The one who was for trans people before, and then accused a trans woman of trying to throw a plant at her. The plant would have been on the top of her head, because she wouldn't have been misgendering me like that.
Baby, I'm over here moving like this and smiling like this, girl, because the way I would have cursed that damn bitch out, girl. And that's another damn thing. No shade. Just because white people saw they motherfucking forefathers do certain shit to black people, oh, we can just put a water hoses on them and sick dogs and shit, and they just gonna let us do it. Please try it this time.
You know, that kind of gets into
Please try this
our
time.
discussion we're gonna have here in a bit on allyship. You know, white and black allyship. Nancy Mace, what Deshaun just said, you know, with Nancy Mace, you know, going on like, you know, oh, that's basically like saying, oh, I got a gay friend, you know, just like how people say I got a black friend. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I got a gay friend. I vote, you know, I voted for the LGBT, you know, whatever. But that's not true. She's not a true ally. That's not true allyship.
Hell no.
And we're going to get into that here in a little bit with the black and white allyship here. But
And when they say that, they
what
never
it kind of
ever.
follows along that pattern.
But when they say that, they never, never bring that black friend or that gay friend that they know about on the platform to talk. They always talk about how they know them, girl. But somehow when we ask them to come on the platform, girl, somehow their phone disconnected, girl. They done blocked your ass, girl. You can't send a message, bitch. Girl, where are they at?
Yeah, and you know, even straight, you know, these straight men also try to find a way to blame this on the LGBT, such as, like, let's just say prison rape, and they will say, "Oh, it's gay men," but they're not identified as gay. They always try to put something as villainizing gay people when these people are not even gay in these prisons. They don't identify as that. They have to find a fucking fix to have sex with. It's fucking idiocy.
You better come through passion.
Stupid idiots. I hate idiots.
So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and pull up this. I'm gonna pull up these slides that I created from this from this article I read, and it was can black and white women really be friends? And it kind of goes into like with the 90%, what we're saying, like the 92% of like black women went out and voted, and it's like white women, they always talk a good game, but in the end they still turn against us and go out and vote against their best interests and vote against us. But then they still think we're their friends, especially like at work, they're all up in your face grinning, and they're the first damn people who run the HR and tell them, or claim that that we're loud and all this other type of stuff. But anyway, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna try to get through it real quick. Excuse my fumbling, because I'm just not the best
You got it.
communicator when I get on this.
You want to clean my house, be my maid?
I've been fumbled and said it mispronounced a whole bunch of shit, but here we go. And then after that, we'll go into our get into our privilege section and whether white people are allies in the gay lesbian community. Look at Deshaun. Look at
Girl,
the
the way he
figures.
came in and set that ass down, girl, and put that mouth in his mouth, girl. I already got the munchies now, damn it.
So good.
You done ran on the track, girl, and got all the calories back you done ran off. Damn. Bitch said, I'm here for a good. Never mind.
I'm hungry.
So it says, can black women and white women really be friends? And then that kind of goes along the lines of can black men and white men be friends, and can gay white and black people be friends also? So I'm gonna go ahead and read this. Oh, it's an echo. Sorry. So I'll read this, and feel free to stop me. And also, if somebody want to stop me and read it because they can read better, go ahead. Yesterday, I was scrolling through Twitter, and I happened to read a tweet by State Representative Patricia Morgan regarding her black friend. In her tweet, Patricia states, "I had a black friend. I liked her, and I think she liked me too. But now she is hostile and unpleasant. I am sure I didn't do anything to her except be white." Is that what teachers and our political leaders really want for our society? Divide us because of our skin color? What struck me is that Patricia called this black woman her friend. However, it is clear from her tweet that this black woman is not Patricia's friend, and more than likely was never Patricia's friend. While many people have called Patricia out for her tweet, she stands by her comments, stating in an interview with the Boston Globe that the negative reaction to her tweet was yet more proof of the insidious nature of critical race theory. Twitter is a cesspool anyway. While Patricia doesn't want to take the time to learn from people responding to her tweet, I am a firm believer that the ignorance of some can be a learning tool for others. Patricia's tweet made me ask myself, can black women and white women truly be friends? In reading Patricia's tweet, several things stood out to me that I believe can offer insight and answers to this question. Her first sentence, "I had a black friend," was very telling. I am always skeptical of white people that say I have a black friend. For many white women, having a black friend is like having that one set of good dishes that they only pull out on special occasions when trying to impress people. Also, many white people believe having someone, which is always one black person they call a friend, means they are not and could never be racist. Newsflash: having a black person that you consider a friend does not give you a get out of racism free card. If your circle of friends include a token black woman, reevaluate your circle of friends.
Oh my God.
Secondly, Patricia states, "I liked her, and I think she liked me too." So immediately, Patricia casts herself as a real friend, but only thinks the black woman considered her a friend. Who calls someone a friend but only thinks the friendship is reciprocated? Either you are friends or you are not. The reality, I believe, is that Patricia only thinks the black woman is her friend because she doesn't really know the black woman. She cannot definitively say the black woman is her friend because she has probably never spent any time with her. What is interesting about this is that white women often believe that because they work with a black woman, it automatically makes them friends. Perhaps they chat about what they did over the weekend or share pleasantries over coffee. And for white women, that is enough to consider them having a friendship. However, friendship is deeper than surface communication in the office. Many white women fail to understand that black women often work in an environment where few, if any, people in the office look like them. They are working 9 to 5 in white spaces, and because of that, you are meeting a person that must be strategic in how they operate in the workplace. Black women inherently understand they cannot show up to work entirely as themselves because Black women are often seen as not being team players, having an attitude, etc. If white women want to know if they are friends with a Black woman from work, ask yourself this question. Have I ever invited this Black woman to my home? Have I ever invited her to dinner parties? Have I ever asked her out for coffee or drinks outside the office? Have I ever called her to ask her day? Have I ever called her to ask about her day and truly listened? Have you ever spent any real time together that wasn't work related, or do I just know her from the office? Then Patricia states the Black friend is hostile and unpleasant. This goes back to my second point. The minute Black women let their guard down and decide they will show up in a space fully as themselves, they are labeled as hostile and unpleasant. How can Black women and white women ever be friends if Black women are labeled as hostile and unpleasant by being themselves? Often what white women view as hostile is simply a Black woman speaking the truth. White women often do not want to face why, because they must look inwardly, and that doesn't feel good. If a Black woman asks her white friend, how can you support a politician that seeks to harm someone that looks like me? Immediately the white woman becomes defensive. Instead of going inwardly and finding the answer, it is easier to label the Black woman as hostile because the white woman does not have to do the hard work. It is easier to paint the Black woman as the villain, which leads me to my next point. Patricia goes on to say, I am sure I didn't do anything to her except be white. Now here comes the performance that many white women are experts at. Patricia has painted herself as the victim. It's not me. It's the Black woman picking on me. It's not me. It was her tone. It's not me. It just seems she has an attitude. It's not me. I never did anything. I was just sitting here being white. And all of a sudden, the Black woman was hostile and unpleasant. I was the real friend. And then she challenged my thinking. She mentioned racism. And I was so offended. She talked about police brutality. And it really hurt my feelings. It's not me that has done anything wrong. I was just being white. She is the big, bad, hostile, and unpleasant Black woman. I'm the real victim in this friendship. And Patricia knows because of how this world sees Black women, people will immediately believe her. Of course, the innocent white woman has done nothing. That is how the world portrays white women. White women are always allowed to be the victim because the world has never seen Black women as victims. And then Patricia's performance continues. Is that what teachers and our political leaders really want for our society? Divide us because of our skin color? #CRT, critical race theory. Patricia wants to paint herself as a real friend and want people to know her post about her Black friend was all for the sake of unity. In fact, her post has nothing to do with unity. Her concern about racism or people being divided by skin color. Her post is just the opposite. Her post vilifies a Black woman, labels her as hostile and unpleasant, and paints the white woman as the victim in this friendship. She did all of this because she wanted to really speak about critical race theory. According to the Boston Globe, Morgan introduced legislation last year banning the teaching of divisive concepts and making anyone feel discomfort, guilty, anguish, or any distress on account of their race or sex. The bill did not get anywhere in the Democratic-dominated General Assembly. That was always her motive. So why not just speak about critical race theory without mentioning her Black friend? Because that wouldn't have sold her performance. She must set it up to project that white people are just being white and that Black people are hostile and unpleasant. In her final sentence, she mentions dividing us because of because of the color of our skin. I think this as a paraphrasing of what seems to be the only quote many white people know from Dr. King. I have a dream that my four little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. However, if you ask many white people to tell them anything else Dr. King has ever said, they cannot tell you one word. I'm almost finished here, y'all. If Patricia truly believed people should not be judged or divided by skin color, she would have never made the post. She judged a black woman, made a post about her, and all we have from that is her side of the story. And somehow Patricia believes she is the victim in all of this. Patricia's tweet has now gone viral, and I hope it opens up a door for conversation. Is it possible for black women and white women to truly be friends? I believe it is. However, friendship between black and white women is not always easy. Some issues impact black women that many white women are not truly to face. Many white women are fine being friends with a black woman as long as their black issues never bleed into their so-called friendships. Many white women are fine being friends with a black woman until they start questioning their politics and how the politicians they support are working to disenfranchise black people. Many white women are fine being friends with black women as long as she doesn't bring up police brutality, mass incarceration, or systemic racism. Many white women are fine being friends with a black woman as long as they never have to face the fact that black women and white women live in two different worlds. Often this friendship will force white women to look at themselves. But isn't that what friendships should do? Friends should challenge us. Friends should make us be better people. Real friends do not coddle our feelings. Real friends call us out when we are wrong. Real friends should not have to walk on eggshells every time they have a conversation. Real friends are concerned about the issues that impact one another. Real friends can show up as who they are, not wearing a mask because someone may be offended if they stand in their truth. That is true. That is real friendship. And friendship takes work. They take effort. Friendship means getting in the trenches. Friendship requires that you see the other person. Friendship takes love, forgiveness, and grace. So I challenge white women to ask themselves, do I really have any black friends? So what do y'all think about that? I should have put that in. I should have put the writing a little darker because I'm trying to sit there and read that light ass writing where I put that in that.
It was okay. I was still reading along with you. It's okay.
Oh,
Well,
the glare coming off my aquarium onto this screen, it was kind of blurring it a little bit.
You did a good job though.
that was
But,
good.
And so that's going to kind of take us into our allyship because can white people and black people in the LGBT community are they really our allies, or can they be? So yeah, if y'all have any comments on that, what I really think I'll move on to this other video.
I'll just say this. This is what I'll say. Yes, we have allies, but I said it in the chat. White women, since I occupy the space of woman, I'm a trans woman. I occupy that space. I'm gonna say this. They will always put their privilege before you and the cause. Look how they voted in this election. When we were saying your husband didn't need to know your vote, they took their asses right on in their booth and they voted for this piece of shit that's in the White House right here. So it's a slap in the face to each and every one of us in the black community. But if you want to be down for the cause, why don't you donate to some black people? Why don't you donate to us? If you really care and you want to get back in our graces, donate to us. Put some money in our pockets. Help us out. That's how you be down to the cause. Being an ally means that you help people out. And I can give you an example of what allyship looks like. We're seeing white women on TikTok literally hold other white women accountable. And that's what allyship looks like. Call them out on their stuff. That's what you got to do. In the meantime, between time, black people, we just see y'all for who y'all are because you show us time and time again that you are willing to uphold your white privilege. Or as the fabulous CTV would say, you were willing to uphold that Mayo privilege, honey. You will uphold that and burn this country down rather than to help black people. When we voted to help better you as well as us, we voted to help everybody. But y'all voted to uphold white supremacy, as y'all always do. And comedian Dulce Sloan said it best that America was built by a business by white men. And white men and white people will always benefit. So, can there be white allies? Yes, I do believe that there can be some. But until then, y'all got to show it. Actions speak louder than words. Because look how y'all voted in this election. We told you
Yeah.
your husband didn't need to know your vote. White women, come on and get on board. And Kamala was for IVF. She was for women's reproductive rights. Why am I seeing some Donald Trump voters that are white women get out here and say, well, I wanted to start a family? You just voted to take away your reproductive rights. What did he say? He was the champion or the godfather of IVF. And then he said he was the president of fertilization. And then before you know it, he was championing on and cheering the role was overturned. You just voted to take away not only your rights, but you voted to take away your daughter's rights. You don't care about black women. You don't care about black people. You don't care about us until it benefits you and it starts hits the home. That's when you start to care. But now you're starting to realize that it's hitting your doorstep too. The same thing that you wanted to happen to us is happening to y'all. And now y'all want black people to come back and save you. No, And I told Poetic Justice today, this on the show. I said, black people are not coming to save y'all. Nobody coming to save us from fascism, honey. It is here. It is live and in color. It is in our doorsteps, in our homes, everywhere. So now we have limited freedoms, and y'all voted for that. And I'm seeing white women out here saying, yes, we would love for Donald Trump to have a third term. So until y'all show us real allyship, y'all show up and show out for us. I'm a quote Rihanna on this. Why don't y'all pull up? Pull up and put your money where your mouth is. Show us true allyship. If you want to be down with black people, like you say, you want to be down for the brown, you want to be down for us, donate your money because we could use it. Y'all have always grew up inheriting wealth and privilege and power. And until y'all unlearn to let that go, this is where we're at right now. We're all in the same boat suffering together. And that's all I got.
Yep.
And if you're gonna be down as far as Nancy Mace, if you're gonna be down for the LGBT community, you gotta be down for the whole queer community. You know, that includes the trans, the non-binary, the lesbians, the gay men, and everything in between, and the binary. It includes all of that. You know, so to say that you are an ally to us, you know, we're back to the hypocrisy of that. But you know, that you need to be down and be supportive and advocate for the whole community and not just pick and choose the ones you want out of the community that you find acceptable.
Right.
Yeah, because you definitely choose the pick me gays.
And
I'll choose that one because that's the gay right here. I don't like those trans over there. Or I don't like those femmes over there because they'll pick a certain out of the alphabet instead of picking everyone because the LGBT is a whole. It's a whole together.
And since we talking about white and trans and money, in the words of the great T.S. Madison,
Caitlyn Jenner, where are you?
But Caitlyn Jenner.
Where are you, Caitlyn? We cannot find you. We have not seen you.
No,
We
Caitlyn
need
Jenner.
$100,000 right now, Caitlyn.
Hi,
You putting
hi guys.
connection on your feet, Caitlyn? Where are you?
so I
That's a
do.
prime example of white privilege of a white privilege log cabin Republican right there.
Yeah. But not only just in the realm of money, because we definitely need that. We also need there to be, and no shade, fuck allyship, girl. We need some accomplices in this bitch, girl. And I'm talking about the ones that would challenge the mindset. That means, and I say it a lot on my platform, when you at Thanksgiving dinner or Christmas dinner and goddamn grandma ass get a little too drunk and she start motherfucker Heil Hitler and all that other type of shit, let grandma ass know, hold on, bitch, this is not 19 so and so. This is 2025. You might want to chill that out. Like, challenge them, and challenge them in the spaces where we're not able to be at. Challenge them in the spaces where, again, the mass is put down, where they are vulnerable, where they're around people that they feel like they're not going to say anything. Challenge them in that moment. And what she said about friendship really is true. Challenging. You need people in your life who are going to challenge you. And sometimes, yes, we don't like that. No shade. We all have to learn to challenge ourselves, but you have other people on the outside who have different perspectives, different ways of thinking that might be able to make it easier or better for you. So for those people, or answering the question, can black and white work together in allyship or even accomplices? I would say yes, but in order for that to happen, there has to be a mutual respect and understanding between each other. That also means that when somebody is facing discrimination, that you use the privilege that you have to stand in the gap to protect and also educate. And for the people who say that they're not racist, and I have that one black friend, okay, well, with what Trump is doing, we're going to see what side of that spectrum you on. Are you on the performative side, or are you on the actual side of humanity? That's it.
And this will go back to what we talked about a few weeks ago, with the protests. Where I had said that white people, they don't, black LGBT people, we show up at everybody's protests. We go to the HEPS protests. We didn't this time, but the LGBT people go. Now, black heterosexuals, they usually don't show up to protest unless it's something we're protesting about, something black. But LGBT queers, we go to the heterosexual people, the white people's protests, the black people's, the Hispanics, the Asians, the white gays. We're always out there. But the white LGBT, they don't usually show up to black. They don't usually show up for black events and come out and protest with us. But we do go out and protest with them for LGBT equality, and fight for our rights and liberties and stuff. But they, a lot of times they'll talk a good game about allyship or whatever, but they don't actually come out, and they're not actually, when something affects the black LGBT community, queer community, I don't really see them putting forth a lot of legislation to help us. But we will still go out there and vote for the legislation to help the whole community and the population at large. And so we tend to have allyship with every group, but they don't tend to have allyship with us, and that includes heterosexual, the heterosexual black community. We'll come out and fight for women's rights, for black women, and fight. We'll fight somebody down to the ground for them. But a lot of times they don't come out. Actually, like I said before, I don't really see black women coming out, and helping when we're out there protesting for trans being killed, or black gays being beaten, killed, or whatever. I don't really see them out there. Now they will sometimes they will go and vote for legislation to help protect us or whatever, but they don't actually come out and protest with us in the streets. And then, like, when a black man gets killed or something like that, you're going to see a whole lot of black women out. You're going to see a whole lot of black men out there, protesting and sometimes tearing up and burning up shit, or whatever. But when something happens to a trans or a gay person, they don't come out. And then you start getting those comments. That's when you start seeing those comments. When you're in comments and stuff, about like, well, they shouldn't have rights anyway, or they're this or they're that. You know what I'm saying? And those gays, and the trans is trying to be us, and it's just,
Or did he know?
allyship
Did he
is all
know?
the way,
Did he know? He should have
right,
known. Did he know?
right.
You know what I mean?
My man. Yes, my man. He don't be messing with y'all punks like that, cause see, my man. He'll be messing with y'all fags like that. He don't do that digging the booty stuff, girl, okay? Cause he don't even wipe his ass, girl, so I know he not gay, bitch. Cause my
Oh God.
Let me shut up.
Anybody have anything to say on that before I move on to this? Let me see what Slick has to say here. Right, Slick. Right. Oh, go ahead, Conscious.
I would like yeah, just shortly. Advocacy is the belief in equality, and allyship is the action of equality. The simple truth is racism nor queerphobia are constructs that the victims can bring down alone. It's definitely going to take those who benefit from the system directly and indirectly to lay their well-being down for the sake of liberation of others who were never given the privilege to stand up to begin with. Can white folk work in harmony with black folk? Sure. The freedom fighters of the past 70, 80 decades, are pure fact that white folk can definitely act in concert with black folk as it relates to racism. And of course, we have cisgender allyship and advocacy as well. But I think that in terms of like identifying those people, simply if you want to know who's an advocate, just look at consistency.
Right.
The consistency, and then look at the measure of their advocacy. It's going to be where the truth is. I don't think that all people are clearly called to advocacy. Not all people give a damn about other groups, and some people are just wanting to just have a normal existence and are willing to just be kind to people generally. But in terms of those who are willing to pick up the mantle, they see the systemic issues, they see the biases, they see the oppression of it all, and they're willing to put their resources on the line, they're willing to put their privileges on the line, they're willing to put the spaces they have access to on the line, they're willing to put their bodies on the line. Yes, those people are alive and well today. One of the beautiful things I think for me that came out of the whole Black Lives Matter movement was actually seeing so much of the country galvanize in all of its diversity to stand in solidarity regarding fairness and equality for Black folk. I still see that diversity across all fronts, including when women are out there protesting for the right to autonomy and the right to abortion and the right to, wage equality. You don't just see a woman out there. You see men out there stuffing the ground. You see, it's a beautiful thing. I do think that we get caught up a lot in the noise on social media because I've accepted that social media is just basically like a collective. It's a collective nightmare. Basically, it's like even me as a content creator, I have to remind myself because I'm going to be honest. The world I actually live in materially, none of the shit that we bicker and banter about on the internet and in comment sections actually shows up in my actual real life. Right. I don't see this shit in my real life, but it is there systemically for sure. But when it comes to social media, people are always gonna pour into social media and express all of their intrusive thoughts, express all of their foolishness. And I think that sometimes can make us walk away and feel like maybe there's less love and support for us than what there really is, even though there are real freaking issues. But in short, I definitely believe that we can have outside allyship and advocacy. And this is definitely not a battle that we can fight alone. And the reason why we cannot do it without outside help is because the system not only has to be targeted from the outside, it has to be targeted from the inside. So only those actually at the table in ways that we're not can actually do that from the inside, because that's where they have the privilege of sitting themselves at. So, you know, we need more of that for sure, you know, and I'm going to pray that we continue to, you know, galvanize and attract people who are very strong-hearted and who've come into the world, like Bub says, not for a long time, but for a purposeful time. So, yeah, I believe in the kindness of strangers, and I believe in the advocacy and the activism of strangers, or those foreign to ourselves.
All right, for Sunset Boulevard. The kindness of strangers. Was that a streetcar named Desire, or was that Sunset Boulevard? Was that Norma Desmond, or was that?
I don't know.
That quote you just said, I believe in the kindness of strangers.
I got it from I was thinking Alana Del Rey. She one of my favorite singers, that she had said something like that in one of her monologues. She was like, I believe in the kindness
okay.
of
I guess
strangers.
I'm too old because I know it was either. I think it was Norma Desmond who believed in no, it was Sunset Boulevard who believed. She said, I believe in the kindness of strangers. I think.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right.
Awesome.
Anybody else before I move on here?
We good. Make sure y'all hit that like button, y'all.
Yeah, I think they can be friends. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, there's still diversity somewhere. You know, I think that there's white people and black people that can live in harmony somewhere in the spectrum. You know what I mean? But we have to. You know what Eartha Kitt said? Eartha Kitt said that we need to start, you know, instead of fighting against each other, we should be working together. You know what I mean? Instead of fighting at each other. You know what I mean? All this stuff, you know, people make problems. They make their own. They make themselves problematic. They make things problematic. But on the other side, there's so much more life. You understand? So that's what Eartha Kitt was saying. And I just, you know, it's all this stuff that's going on in this world. They just want to make it a big issue. That's what it is.
You want to give us an Eartha Kitt impression? Perfectly? No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't even raise my voice.
Yes, I can definitely do an Eartha Kitt.
Marco. Have any panties on?
Oh yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move into this the LGBT allyship. Whether there's allyship in the between the black and white community here. Now this video I'm gonna show, it's a little bit dated, but it was back in the Clinton era when we first elected Clinton. But it's relevant because it's still relevant today. Some of the same stuff is still happening.
Correct.
I mean, it's getting a little better, but it's still not. And then feel free to stop it. Because the video after that's gonna. Hell, when I pulled that video up, Hell, I thought they were our allies, not the one I'm getting ready to show, but the one that I pulled up. I was like, oh, when they first started, I thought that these were our allies. Turned out that they really wasn't. But
Mm.
so I'm like, it gives a couple of versions here. But I'll go ahead and get this started.
Our community that thinks that we're somehow better about these issues than other people because we get oppression or whatever, and yet this is not the case.
Well, it manifests itself in different
I'll be
ways.
right back.
As far as the community action is concerned, it seems that people of color always make the effort to go to gay, lesbian demonstrations, protests, meetings, clubs, organizations, and we, as people of color, don't seem to get the same support that I feel we give the gay and lesbian, the mainstream gay and lesbian movement.
Well, it's primarily a white community, at least in front of the cameras, or in terms of what people refer to as the leadership. We talk about the leadership of the gay and lesbian community, and the best we get is a sort of perhaps a notion of inclusion, but that's not really enough, is it, Phil?
I think that it absolutely is not enough. I think that in the final analysis, if in fact, the gay and lesbian movement is about, liberating gay and lesbian people, and it is about, in fact, a progressive agenda, then it's absolutely imperative that every level of that community reflects the reality of the gay and lesbian community and the reality of what we know to be the American society. We recently elected a new president, who spoke to this community very specifically. He said he had a vision of America that includes us. And I wonder how many of our leaders have a vision of this community that includes us. At the same time, our new president has said that he's going to create a leadership for this country that looks like America. We're going to be going to that table and we're going to say, as gay and lesbian people, we want to sit at that table. And it is very, very important that the delegation that we take to that table can pass that test.
What do you think the barriers are to that in our community, Rick? Many of us think we're like getting there or something.
I think there's been this idea that we all start out on the same level, and we haven't been addressing the diversity of our community at all. We've seen racism evolve in the lesbian and gay community. We've gone from requiring people of color to produce 3-picture IDs to get into a bar. That was at one time, and now we've seen it evolve into the systematic exclusion of people of color in the decision-making process. And I think that's the worst form of racism in our community. Our biggest challenge is to start addressing these problems, because before we can start demanding rights from other people, we need to get our own house in order.
I think that the fundamental question for our community is what is racism, to us as a community? I think that you're absolutely right that many gay and lesbian people believe that our community is more progressive on the question of race, because they believe that when you talk about racism, you talk about burning people's homes, you talk about violent attacks, and certainly that is a part of racism. And if it is sufficient to just eliminate those activities, and to say we've eliminated those activities in our community on the question of race, therefore we've eliminated the whole issue of racism, that's a mistake. That in fact is not enough. The elimination of racism really involves creating a society and a culture and a community that truly reflects the diversity of that society, that culture, that community, that truly celebrates and includes each and every one of us and understands that we have valuable contributions.
I think we also have a tendency to, when we do organize, we base our organizations on this white male patriarchal system of organization, and then we wonder why we get into trouble when it starts to fall apart.
And yet, where the organization is based on a white male patriarchal system, because it's filled with white male patriarchal persons, then if you don't fit into that,
Right.
and you know, and women and people of color and people with disabilities who are invisible in our community, are have sort of suffered the same fate, which is people one step up on the oppression ladder don't get it, don't learn it.
Right.
One of the things I think is a problem for white people of good, you know, faith or well-meaning or whatever, is they feel criticized, right? And they're afraid that if they admit their own racism, I should say we, because, you know, I've taken 10 steps, but who knows how many hundreds are left. That if you admit it, somehow it's a great failure of yourself. This notion that you said that we think we're better at thinking about oppression because we are oppressed.
And we want to be better. We don't want to
But, you know,
have these flaws. And I think gays and lesbian people have a tendency to be overly critical of themselves, and we want to be the perfect minority, and we want to be accepted by the heterosexual community. Therefore, we can't let these isms out in the open.
Well, that's another good point. All I wanted to say was it's not that terrible to let in consciousness to oneself that there's a hatred here, there's a problem here, there's a history here, because you get through it a lot easier than you thought, or start to go through it. And you know, it's just like when straight people are nice to us and we go, oh, thank you, and they didn't do anything. You know, it's sort of like the least you can do as a privileged majority or whatever, a privileged person.
There's always the tendency to have the oppressed person, whether it's based on sexism or racism, for the oppressed person to have to educate and have to explain why they should be accepted.
It
Why
becomes our responsibility.
exactly, and why we can't assimilate. And there's also this idea that there's not enough room for a multitude of ideas and ways of expressing yourself and being yourself. We run our systems on this white male patriarchal established idea of reality, and there's no room for any other ideas in that.
Well, there's two other things too. Something Teresa said, which is that there's this anger at people of color for even bringing it up.
Which I wanted to touch on a point that you have made as far as white people or people in general. I mean, racism is not only.
That's kind of like what she just said there. There's like this anger that white people get when you bring up oppression or racism or police brutality, just like what I read in that article there. You know, like that congresswoman got upset because if her friend brings up any type of racism or you want to talk about anything substantive, then then all of a sudden that's the angry black woman, and the white woman is playing the victim. And she just basically kind of said the same thing here.
I mean, white people aren't the only people that are racist. Depends on what country you're in. But one point for me is that acknowledging that you're racism, that acknowledgement brings on the questions that there has to be change. And I think change scares people in addressing these issues, and also creating this smog over the gay and lesbian movement, that if we deal with racism, sexism, and homophobia within our own community, our movement is going to backstep.
Welcome back to Get Used to It. I'm Sheila Kuehl, your host. Today's topic is racism in the gay and lesbian community. My guests are Teresa Mendoza, Phil Wilson, and Rick Parrish. We were talking just a minute ago about difference, really, I think, sort of to pull the thread together, and how the society makes differences that wouldn't ordinarily make a difference count for something. Color, gender, sexual orientation. If you were a Martian anthropologist, you would say, who cares? I mean, it could be left-handed, right-handed, and of course it would be, I suppose, if we were completely alike, except some people had longer feet, they would either be worse or better. We create hierarchy out of it. And the notion of how we think people will get racism because they get homophobia, and how we're finding that that's just not the case at all.
But actually, one of the things that you just mentioned is really, really important to this question of getting racism. So many people in our community really don't get homophobia.
Good point, Phil.
I mean, we don't get that. We don't understand how dangerous that is to us. You know, and we believe that there's ways that we can avoid it and protect ourselves from it and those types of things, and that's not true. And so that's an additional barrier.
Yeah,
How
we
can
think we do something to cause hatred. And if we, it's sort of like being a battered woman. If I could just figure out what to do, it would stop.
And since fundamentally I deserve, or I believe that I deserve to be beaten up as a gay man, then it's okay to beat up on people of color because they're people of color, and beat up on women because they're women. Now, that's the cross that they have to bear, you know. And until there is kind of a critical mass of folks in our community that really understand, you know, that homophobia is not okay, you know, that's going to always be a barrier in how we deal with the other levels of oppression.
Well, and racism is very much in the closet in our community. I mean, you were telling the story, which I hope you'll tell again, Rick, about you, the experience that you and your lover have had.
Yes, my former lover of 4 years and I were together, and he really had an eye-opening experience because I was the first man of color that he had ever dated. And as a result, he lost a lot of his friends. The phone stopped ringing. The invitations to parties stopped coming in the mail. And he was just blown away, and it caused a big problem for us. And it was a very, very painful situation. It was painful for me. It was very painful for him because on top of the pressure from his other friends saying, oh, why are you dating this colored man? Do you have a low self-esteem? Couldn't you do better than that or whatever? You know, it was just a very ugly situation. And I was very, very disappointed by the fact that it was coming from what was supposed to be our community.
Well, I think a lot of times they say, oh, I can't believe that. And yet there's a lot of stories like that. I mean, that people feel free to say very racist things to their, you know, to their white friends and encourage them not to participate. I think the other way we express it is by making differences invisible. It's sort of a two-edged sword where we don't want differences to make a difference the way the majority wants it to, right? Just for no reason at all. But what the white population does is to say, okay, then I'll just treat us like we're all the same, which means all like me. But there are differences. Something you said very early on in the show, Teresa, reminded me, where we say it's really important to come out. But that has a different impact, I think, in different communities.
On the question of making the differences invisible, you know, the sad thing about that is that that's just another way of oppressing people, you know. And I've heard people say, you know, well, I don't see color, I just see people as people. Now, and I actually find that offensive because that's a barrier against getting to know me, getting to know my history, getting to know how to relate to me as an individual. The other thing that it says to me is that the only way you can deal with me is to deny who I am, you know. And so the point is not for us to be the same. That's not in our best interest. That's not in our best interest as people of color or as a larger community. The point is to celebrate who we are as we are. Now, that really sounds very much like what we always say in a gay and lesbian context. You know, we want to just be celebrated for who we are as we are. And the reality is true inside our communities relative to race and gender.
Well, it's who you are. It's who you are to us, too, in a sense. So it's something that all of you have said. You know, when a person of color in our community comes into a room, they're a person of color. You see the color first. White people really do. And maybe people of color, too. It's the thing. It's omnipresent. And yet, we don't treat people of color as though they have full lives. Something you said during the break, which I want you to share with the viewers, Phil, about sort of being a leader in the community.
Well, you know, one of the things that happens, or one of the ways that racism manifests itself in our community, is that the larger communities has a hard time understanding that people of color bring anything else to the table other than an understanding of our cultural and our racial heritage. You know, and to that extent, now, for example, if we are looking for someone to provide leadership or someone to speak on an issue or someone to be a part of a conference, now it's very clear, you know, all of the generic topics, all the universal subjects, you know, the first people that come to mind tend to be white people, you know. And when you realize that, you know, this entire event, everyone here is white, then you say, well, we need to raise the issue of people of color. We need to raise the issue of cultural competency or cultural sensitivity. Let's go to that people of color list. and call someone and have them come in and do a workshop on racism or culture, what have you. I know in my personal life, I find often that people will call me to talk specifically about public policy in people of color communities. And the reality is that my job since I've been doing public policy work has always been to talk about public policy in a global context. And if I'm not capable of dealing with issues of public policy as they relate to white men, or white lesbians or women or any of those areas, then I should not have my job. And that's another way in which we segment people. That's another way that we demean people and make people appear or feel less than.
Well, and the fallback position too is different for people who have somebody to catch them when they fall. I mean, we have not used the major term classism, but we might as well have a sticker like President Clinton had up during his campaign. It's economics, stupid. I mean, we have major divisions in our community, not just along color lines, but much more, just like in the larger society. And I think that's another place where people don't get it, where the community leaders tend to think, well, they know everybody's not rich, but they really don't get poverty. And that's a big difference
and
for
that
us.
crosses cultural barriers. Everyone's affected by economy, no matter what color you are, I think.
But
the truth of the matter is that there is a relationship between race and class in this country, and that can't be denied. And so, and both the reality of class and the perception of class, that the reality is that for many people of color, the questions of rejecting your church and rejecting your family, which in some cases are the only areas of support, economic support, it is a different challenge to come out and to reject those institutions than it is for white gay men who often have a reality around self-sufficiency, and more often the perception, the expectation, the acculturation that says in the bottom line, I'm going to succeed because I'm white and male. On the other side of that fence, when we're talking about Latino lesbians or we're talking about African American gay men who are acculturated to assume that if you survive, you are lucky. And so to kick away the underpinning that suggests that there's a possibility or probability that you will survive is a much more frightening prospect.
And it's about basically privileges.
Right.
I have heterosexual privilege because when people look at me, they assume I'm heterosexual. Along with that, I'm disadvantaged because I'm female. And when they find out my sexuality, there goes my last and final privilege, my color or my sexuality privilege. So it's about what you have to lose. And being of color and being gay, lesbian, bisexual, we have more to lose in the community.
And there is no support, really, but I think it's also it's a fundamental lack of being able to identify with. I mean, I think that I was at a presentation that the center did a couple of years ago, the 200th anniversary of the Bill of Rights. And there was a bunch of lawyers on the stage talking about, the Constitution and how it didn't apply to us and how it should and whatever. And at the end of the presentation, there were mics in the audience. And one white gay man came up to the mic, first guy to speak, and said, I can understand why, he was trying to be very thoughtful. I can understand why people might be prejudiced toward people of color or women, but why us? And I thought, we all stood there. I was the moderator, and it was sort of like there were more than two beats looking at this guy. I didn't know what to say to him. And so finally, of course, I said, panel? I really didn't know. And yet I think that's an attitude that you breathe in privilege as you grow up. And I also think, when you're talking about the demonstrations after the veto of AB 101, the outrage in the white male community, and guys that you meet on the plane on the way to Washington for their very first march. I look around, I can't believe there's anybody left in the world that has never been on a march, in our community especially, and yet there are a large number.
Unfortunately, for a lot of those people out there in the street, that was their first time ever having to be confronted with any kind of discrimination. There's this favorite saying of a lot of people that my sexuality is my own business. That's internal homophobia, and then they go out and say straight looking, straight acting. That's an internal homophobia, and I think they still don't see the connections between homophobia, racism, and sexism, and all the isms. They're how they are interconnected. There were a lot of people of color who stayed home that night. Gay and lesbian people of color who said, "Good."
Sound familiar, y'all? Stay home.
Ooh, not you clocking it.
Ain't that what we're doing now? You sit your ass down during these protests. The blacks are staying home.
Finally, hopefully they get it. Unfortunately, a lot of them didn't get it, because then we had the Rodney King verdict, and these same people who were out there in the streets were sitting in the bars watching the few queers of color out in the middle of Santa Monica Boulevard trying to muster up some kind of support, and there we were.
Well, that's the other thing too, is the demands made. Did I interrupt you?
Well, I was just going to say the answer to the guy in the audience was, why not? Which is the point that Rick was making. One of the points, in Rick's analysis around AB 101, that certainly there were some people who stayed home because they felt good. But I think the majority of people of color who did not participate in the response to AB 101, they did not participate because they were not surprised. It was a continuation of the status quo. It was not a confrontation. It was not new news. For many white gay men, AB 101 was a wake-up call, because it was the first time for many of them that they realized, there are people in this country, in this state, who don't believe I count, or who believe that I don't count. And yet, when someone says that to me, and for many people of color, we're not surprised that there are people who believe that we don't count.
Well, we've grown up knowing that we have things to be ashamed of, whether it's our color, our gender. We're ashamed of those things, but we are not able to hide them. I mean, we are, we are who we are, and we look that way. But being gay or lesbian is really different.
Fundamentally, as a country, and as a people, and as a community, we have to say either discrimination is wrong or it's okay. If it's wrong, then we are challenged to fight it forcefully wherever we confront it. If it is okay anywhere, then we weaken, if not totally eliminate, any argument we may have to suggest that people should not discriminate against us.
We have a tendency to create these systems and these organizations that systematically, whether they're aware of it or not, they systematically exclude people of color. Many times they exclude women. And the worst form of racism to me is not to burn a cross on my lawn. It is to exclude me and then start speaking for me.
I look for the day when, particularly among white gay men, that when they find themselves in rooms where everybody else is white and male, that they're uncomfortable about that. That we don't have to walk into the room, for there to be that discomfort. I'm like amazed when I talk to white gay men who have an experience where they're the only white person in a Black environment, or a Latino environment, or Asian environment, and how uncomfortable they are. And I don't have a lot of sympathy for that. And because I experience that on a regular basis, and so it's not such a shock to me. But I would want those individuals.
So I'm gonna say this though, like with my white friends, I have two white friends that are the ones that are guys, that when I throw a party here, and and it's all it's like all black, right? But I have two that my friend Brian, he always comes. And if we go somewhere, he doesn't mind being in a crowd with me anywhere, no matter whether it's a mixture of people or if it's black people. Now I remember when we were in Paris, I got him out of that because I remember when we were in Paris and we were going down the street, we were getting ready to, coming from this club. It was like 2 something in the morning. I think it was Burback Boo. I can't remember which club it was, but we were coming down the street, and then these black guys were coming up the street, on the same side we was. Now my friend Brian, he started to walk across the street, and I was like, "Where are you going?" And then you could see him like trembling because he had that white mentality, like black people are violent or they're going to do something to him, like what that story where people tell like they get in the elevator and the white women start clutching their purses and stuff, and then I made him come back over. I said, I can't remember everything that I said to him, but it was, it was in the frame of, these black people ain't gonna do anything to you, or whatever and stuff, like that. And I started talking to him, and then he got out of that, that mind frame of, just because a black person is walking, you got to walk across the other side of the street, And so he kind of faced his fears, and then he just started, he came back onto the same side of the street that I was on, and we walked past him, and he got over that. And then after that, he didn't have a problem showing up like at my parties or whatever. And he, him and his partner, which is Asian, named Kevin, they're the only black. I mean, they're the only white. Well, Brian's the only white one that'll be here, and then Kevin, he's Asian. He'd be the only Asian really here because everybody else is black. And but my other white friends, which really are acquaintances or whatever, they don't show up anywhere where there's black, like a lot of black people, And I'll walk right up in between them with no problem. I'll go to the fundraisers. I'll do it. I'll go up. I don't worry about that type of stuff. But they have that thing where it's like, that's the acceptable, because there's a couple of other black guys that show up at their parties and their fundraisers and stuff, like that too. And then they consider us, with the exception of Brian, he doesn't think like that. But the rest of them, even though they don't say that, except one of them did a long, long time ago, and then I checked him for it or whatever, and he got embarrassed about it or whatever. But they have that thing where, they're the acceptable blacks or whatever, and it's usually 2 or 3 that they accept, and we're the ones who they'll invite to their parties and fundraisers and shit all the time. But they don't come to yours when it's, all black. And the same thing with the clubs and stuff. You don't see the whites, at least they're here in Dallas and other places I've been, you don't see the white people going into the black clubs, but you will see some blacks going into the white clubs until they exclude, too many of us start going in there, then they start excluding you and making up reasons why they're not letting you in. And they still do that. They've been doing that since I came to Dallas, and they're still doing that. But what he's talking about, it hit home because I have friends that are like that, where they, they don't want to walk into black spaces like that where there's a lot of black folks. They get intimidated and afraid or whatever.
That discomfort, when they're in a room where everyone is white, that those are the individuals that need to say, this is not okay. I don't like this. This is not fun for me. This is not what our movement is about. This is not helpful. That I want my life, I want my movement, I want my politics, to reflect the diversity of this community, because that's going to assure that I am able to overcome, the discrimination that happens against me. That's the only way that I'm going to be able to overcome my own oppression.
Hey, what do y'all think?
Oh, I thought it was gonna be more.
Oh no, that's it.
Yeah,
I mean, I agree with everything that was stated. Again, if individuals really want to be allies, they just have to literally put in the work. Is you just literally can't do the lip service anymore. You guys benefit from privilege, whether you want to be aware of it or not. Um, and it is something that the forefathers have manifested, and also the slaves through fear have also manifested as well. Um, so I think we just have to really just, if we really trying to get this shit done, we have to really work through it, which means there's going to be a lot of the difficult work. A lot of people, um, they're afraid to do the hard part. You know what I'm saying? What seems to be right. I think even CTV said it. If they were to acknowledge certain things and move forward, that'll be too much like right. Or like someone else said, everybody is okay with change as long as change looks like how it exactly was before the change happened. We'll say it's changed, but it's really the same thing, just like a rebrand
Right.
or a change in the sense, you know, the same thing in essence, shall I say? So, I mean, and it's sad because that was what in the '90s, I believe. Was it the '90s or late '80s, '90s? What was
Yeah,
that?
that when Clinton, I think Clinton was around the coming from the late '80s, going into the '90s,
Okay,
I believe,
late
or
'80s, early
it might
'90s,
have been the '90s. So
and
long
we
ago.
still having these same conversations. That's
And
fucking
it's
crazy.
like we take a foot or two forward, and then we still take like three backs,
Mm,
back again. I mean, we're still here. We're still seeing this type of stuff.
yeah, yeah. But that's it for me.
Anybody else?
Yes. Whew, cha. Um,
Let them have it, CT. Let them have it. Put it out there. I know one thing. I need to learn how to. I need to learn how to work these media.
Hey.
Look, if you need some help with some editing stuff, I'm Bubs the guy. That's what I do. No shame.
I mean, of course, of course, of course. I mean, I agree with the Black queer folk and everything that they saying about the intersections of race and sexuality. But hear me, hear me, hear me, hear me. Black folk trying to claw themselves through a racist system is equivalent to fish trying to swim through gravel. You simply have, I mean, you're going to simply have to put fish in water where they actually belong for the fish's ecosystem to actually be sustainable, which means that us as Black folk are going to have to be willing to create our own America. That includes queer Black people, like we did during segregation, which is a time where we had more community wealth than we did in post civil rights America. We will never convince racist or homophobic or queerphobic folk of our personal dignity. That's why we can't get nowhere, because we prefer the crumbs from master's tables than we do the keys to the front damn door. What we need to focus on is creating our own coalitions and building what our ancestors attempted to through the Black Wall Streets and Black privatizing. The only thing we need to add to that plate that them Black folk didn't is our own military, so that
That part.
we can protect the values, progressions, and the assets of our people with blunt force if need be. Had our ancestors not thought that white folk were going to let them liberate themselves, the Black Wall Streets of yesterday could have been the damn enterprises and progressions felt for generations of Black people today. But the KKK and the American government were able to use their weapons to smash the efforts of melanated people to damn smithereens. We had zero protection in place to prepare for the insurrections against us in the early 1900s. We are never going to get to Wakanda by reliance upon their yellow brick road, because it only benefits their people, which is why we're still struggling down in the valley where the girls get naked. If you throwing bands, ho, then you know she gonna shake it. We understand. We understand the assignment. Now it's time to
All right,
execute that
Valley.
motherfucker. But this convo with queerphobes and niggerphobes is stunted, and it's not where the solution is at this damn journey. So I think Bub said it, or somebody said it. Like, it's time to do it and to focus our efforts on us.
Mm.
And that's all I got to say.
Anybody else? Miss Stevie, you sleep? Yeah, Miss Stevie done passed
Wake
out.
up, Stevie.
Is she there? Miss
Pull it up.
Stevie! Miss
Yeah, you know,
Stevie!
We be up working on her stuff at 2 and 3 in the morning. She tired.
Yeah, she
Oh
putting in
God.
work.
She getting her shows and stuff together, working and doing that stuff early in the morning. What about you, Deshaun? You okay? Let me move on.
Just Black people need to start making their own. They can't rely on certain white people because they're never gonna get them on top. Like they're never gonna be on top. They're gonna tear them down. It's as simple as that. Those white people are gonna tear them down. If they ever try to get on over them, it's not gonna happen. Black people need to start making their own. Also, just make their own businesses just like before. Make their own monies. Make their own shows. Make their own podcasts. Make their own, even mentally, like people that have mental illness and mental, you know what I mean? Not just mental illness, but something's wrong with their mental where they got affected over the years. They need to do something like that instead of the church because it's not helping. That's mentally disturbed. That's what I was looking for.
Let's say here, I think we still have to understand how the hierarchy has been and still does influence our systems. Being honest and fair about our ideals around definition. Idiots of equality. Equality, justice.
We don't need to understand a damn thing about their system. We have lived it since we've been here. It's time for us to understand what in the hell we want to do to avoid their damn system. We have lived it. It's in the history books. It's in the forefathers. It's in the ancestors. It's in every Black progressive, every Black martyr, every Black historical figure. I am overloaded with understanding. I don't need no more damn understanding. What I need is for us to get up off of our ass. And I need us to take a unified front. And I need us to almost engage this thing from a militant perspective in terms of a highly developed strategy against what we already understand about what they've created and where the hell they're about to take us if we don't get to it.
Something's coming down the pike. Something is definitely coming down the pike.
Yeah, if we waste any more time understanding, we'll be understanding from a damn FEMA camp. We're gonna be understanding from a damn plantation if we take any more time to understand. We don't even have that type of time to understanding them means that you believe that we have a luxury called time and we don't. We don't. Baby, as they we getting end games now. These are the end games.
Okay.
Ooh wee.
So this next video, it kind of threw me off at first because I thought they were coming in talking about being allies to the, Black LGBT community. But y'all listen to it and tell me what y'all thoughts are here.
LGBTQ plus people of color, racism also impacts. So there's an article that came out today. For LGBTQ plus people of color, racism also impacts how they are perceived. It is a sad reality that being part of a marginalized societal group exposes you to hate, discrimination, and unequal treatment. It's a fact well known by people in the LGBTQ plus community who experience this kind of hostility based on their gender and or sexuality. However, for people whose identities intersect multiple marginalized groups, there are more things to consider. For people of color, racism also impacts how they are perceived and treated by wider society. So people from the LGBTQ plus community who do not have to worry about racism as well, possess white gay privilege. I think I knew white gay privilege was a thing before we had a name for it. Lady Phil, one of the founders of UK Black Pride, tells metro.co.uk. And this is just the beginning of intersectionality eating its own, I think. The fact that as soon as you have intersecting hierarchies of grievance and privilege, it's no longer enough to just be gay.
I think one reason why we're able to circle jerk as intensely as we can around who is living in injustice and
which type of gay person is the one that's got the most oppression. Yeah.
Well
I
said.
mean, the problem that you have is that only in a world that's this convenient would you be able to LARP with so many different games that you're playing. I heard this quote the other day, which is so perfect, and it said, the demand for racism outstrips the supply at the moment.
That's a fascinating idea.
Yeah, and what you think about is that the Ibram X. Kendis of the world and the anti-racism trainers of the world and the people who take their social status from it, not even the people that make money, just the people that are able to tweet about it, the people who rely on racism to give them their sense of self and position and power in the world need racism to continue.
I mean, I had this coffee book when I was young of Martin Luther King, and I remember in high school just learning about the civil rights and just going like just what the hell this is, and it just defined me, this struggle, this like that people were treated that way, and then it just kept getting more intense, the layers of it, just the realization of how pervasive this activity of owning people, putting them to work, the differing levels of who gets treated in what way, different classifications of people, I still feel very strongly that we live in like a caste system.
In a world which is bereft of community and connection and sense of belonging to the wider mythos of the nation that you're in, what have you got? You go, well, I've got my bank account, and I've got my social media followers, and I've got my watch time on YouTube.
An endless possibility.
Yeah, and I've got my ability to accuse other people in my group of not being as oppressed as me.
Yeah, and
it's just different games.
All of that is just like, I lived in Portland for 15 years, and I was really sort of kind of by default in a world somewhat like that. And I've since just gotten so far away from it. It just does not feel like the real world at all. It's no longer a part of any conversations that I'm a part of. Not because my friend group is super homogeneous or anything like that. Just because the people that I'm with, this is not what defines our interests and our curiosities day by day. Like we're not personally motivated by it like that. And so it's just lost so much of its teeth. The whole culture war thing, like you were saying about the vaccination stuff, where it's like, all right, I kind of don't care a lot about what the CDC's recommendations are, like maybe forever.
It's like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? You know, if everything's racism, then nothing's racism. If everything is a health risk, then nothing's a health risk.
Yeah.
And after a while, people only get so many chances at singing and dancing and shouting about stuff before you just start to switch off.
I want stuff that's going to be useful for our, like, I literally have to make the future. I literally have to put food on the table for my kids and my family, and I literally have people around me who I care if there's things are going really bad for them, like I want them to go better. So I'm looking for meaningful information and insights about where the world is going, about what opportunity is worth investing in, so that 13 years from now you didn't just double down on something that's totally fucking evaporated.
Not intellectual LARPing horseshit about privilege and intersectionality.
Hey, what y'all think about that? That, to me, that was white privilege in its
already. They
that-
already created their own, like they just petered it out of people's opinions. Like they just don't care.
Right.
They
Talking
just
about
made
white
their own of their ideas of, look, all of this is all the boy who cries wolf and all of this other stuff. And this other guy said, oh, I don't care about that. I'm concerned about my kids. It's all about them. That's basically what it is. I don't care. I don't care. We have to make our own, like I said, our own paradigm. We have to make our own simulation because these people, but the saddest part is these same white people get jealous when we get on top. That's the saddest part about it. These are the ones that are freaking jealous. Then they want to get mad about it. It's like my uncle said, these white people are incomplete. They are definitely incomplete. Absolutely incomplete. My uncle said it. It's true, and I don't care. They're incomplete people.
Gosh, I didn't even hear them folk talking. I thought it was the air conditioner back in that
Womp, 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 womp,
what is LARPing? Hey, Slick, what is LARPing? I mean, I can look it up, but
so LARPing is
action role playing.
It's live action.
Okay. I ain't never heard of it.
Girl, I used to.
It's
when I
called
was in high
sexual
school with my
role
white
play?
friends, we used to do that all the time.
Say that again.
Role play.
Sexual what? Did I
It's
hear
called
sexual?
sexual role playing?
It's actually what Above the God used to do when he was classifying himself as straight to his parents. He was LARPing.
So he Bubs, what were you doing?
Okay.
Girl, I
yep,
said live action role play. This bitch heard role play. Girl,
Hell, I just say role play. Where did LARPing come from?
Wait, where's Franklin's logic at, by the way? We need to bring him up here. What happened to him? He's been quiet lately. Speaking of LARPing.
Is that the other man you want to rub down with butter and shit? And kente oil and coconut oil and shit? I'll take that as
Bubs, you know that's bro, it's conscious. It's a conscious thing. It's like deep in your senses. It's deep in your consciousness. It's do
you need a towel? That's why you be taking them showers when we be on live. Okay.
What are you talking about? No, I just said, Bubs, I just taking a shower. You know what I mean? I'm just listening to the show,
Just be careful with that butter, Deshaun. It's high in cholesterol.
I promise. Don't worry. It's cholesterol free. There's no. I can't believe it's not butter. It's the
This
one.
bitch was running on a treadmill earlier.
Yeah, but I got the. I can't believe it's not butter. And I think they also have vegetable. I think it's what is it called? Vegetarian butter. There we go. Got that.
Shit, he got vegetarian butter. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to say? I just got like 3 little short videos left here. They're real short. They're not long, and then we can.
As far as them people, I can understand what you meant in the beginning. You would think that they were going to be somewhat of an ally, but they completely just shat on the intersectional aspect. But I wonder how they're going to feel once their white gay asses are affected as well. Don't come asking for that intersectionality. And then on top of that, y'all don't have no problem having that intersectionality with that black dick and that white ass. You love that.
Right.
And this goes back to what I was saying in my talking points. I mean, they're never going to get it. Not really. Like all are called when it comes to white folk, but very few of them are actually chosen. So the majority of them are going to be delusional, suffer from cognitive dissonance, and they just don't have the lived experience, which is why they're always going to fall short predominantly. And this is why minority folk and our allies alike, we're going to have to just really focus on us and strategy and galvanizing and relying on ourselves in this.
You're definitely navigating through it too. You gotta really get through this. This simulation.
This nigga said he thought these motherfuckers was the air conditioner making it. Oh my god.
That's like they're just wasting breath.
They are a waste of breath. They are a waste of breath. They think that everything is like black and white when everything is there's so much to learn. And the thing is, they have no idea what's out there, and they don't want to learn it. They be saying, "Oh, we don't know yet," but you're discovering new things every day, but you don't know yet. Hopeful people.
I don't, I'll say not most, but I think a lot of white LGBT. I don't want to really throw the white LGBT women or trans, like trans women or men into that, but I think a lot of white queer, gay men. I think a lot of white gay men think just like those guys, like that one guy in the video. I think a lot of them do think that, and that's why a lot of them really aren't out there as allies with us. You'll get the lesbians, you'll get the white lesbians and white trans, mostly, out there fighting with us with our cause when they do come out. But you don't usually get the gay men like that. And I think most of them think like him. Not all, because we do have our allies, just like we said, we can go all the way back to slavery when they was helping us run up under that underground. Some of them, through here, and and then we've had them fight for us, certain times. But for the most part, I would say most white gay men do not come out and fight for our causes or help us fight for our causes.
Privilege and poppers.
They do love poppers.
I think I just heard 2 gunshots, girl. I looked, I was like, girl, they shooting. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The ways that my white queer counterparts are. And while this is an attempt to call the girls with the most privilege and power in, as a black queer person, I'm not shielded from white supremacy in the ways that my white queer counterparts are. And while this is an attempt to call the girls with the most privilege and power in,
so cute.
Video is an attempt to acknowledge the history of segregation within the LMNOP community specifically, and the ways in which some of the girls.
Wait a minute! Look at Bum. You see Bums over there, like
yes, I see him. I see the reaction
through his dreads. Like he's so cute.
He said he is cute.
Sean, please. Bobs is staring into another ego death.
Yes, he is.
The hands were just rolling with dreads, and then the video stopped. He's so cute. Oh my.
All of us, but really some of the girls can work to dismantle these systems so that we can truly have a unified community. Let's talk. So I'm not even going to do any filibustering. You already know what we're about to get into. You read the title. Dear white gays, your privilege is segregating the gay community, or the community, or however I worded it. How can a community that's been so marginalize other people within that community? Well, it's easy. Intersectionality, right? This video will be an exploration of how segregation has been endemic in the queer community since forever, right? The modern day ramifications of that, and what I think will create a truly unified BLT community. So let's start in like the 70s, 80s, for no particular reason, right? I have an issue with people trying to paint pictures where these things were utopias. And neighborhoods were not utopias, particularly for certain members of the community, because on one hand, yes, it was a space that created openness for queerness, an opportunity to just be yourself if you could afford to live in one of those areas. But on the other hand, it was a reminder to queer people of color and poor queer folk of the kind of safe havens that we didn't have access to and that we were not welcome in. We, the gay community, espouse ourselves to have a trademark on inclusivity, but we've always been segregated by race, color, and size. Queer folk of color have always understood that we don't have access to the same kinds of safety, provision, and privilege that our white queer counterparts have access to. You know that? And no, I'm not ignoring the plight of white queer people, right? And invalidating the difficulty of navigating life in a queer body or navigating the queer experience. How could I? If I invalidated that, I would be devaluing my own struggle. And besides, to be very fair, my black rage does not have serious ramifications on your white existence. if you're white and you're watching this, let's just be real about it. Your outrage has serious social and political implications. And I guess sometimes it just becomes frustrating because, yeah, we're navigating a very similar experience. We both like to.
Just a pure thing. Black people have a hard time getting anywhere. And those that do are usually straight.
Because if we fast forward to modern day, cultural appropriation, racism, fat phobia, femphobia are still running rampant in the queer community. And I would actually argue that it's more difficult to ignore now because of the culture of dating apps, right? And the ubiquitous nature of, like, you can see people denigrate you from all across the world, right? And these dating apps that say no fats, no femmes, no darks, no black, all that. Right? And we exist in this culture where people can plaster their prejudice in their bio. It's like the bio says about me, right? No need for you to put in I don't date darkies. Like literally, whoa. Literally, whoa. Whoa. Slow down. You're killing us. And for racism as well. But I think certain people are just like, oh, I don't like black. But when you actually ask them, it's probably because they're like, oh, they're loud or they're ghetto, or I don't like their culture, or they're aggressive, and all these perceived notions of what an entire race of people are, based on societal depictions of an entire group of people who are not monolithic. It is a prejudice because it's rooted in white supremacist ideas about what this group of people are and what that means. What do you think that white queer people should be doing with their privilege, what they should be doing to create a more inclusive community? Because I do think it's always incumbent upon those of us with the most privilege to do certain work, because the rest of us are going to have to do it anyway. Our life is a protest. Showing up every day as queer and black or trans and black is a protest. It's a revolt. And not saying that people just existing as queer is not a protest, but as attitudes change towards those groups, I think that, you know, white, queer, masculine presenting men do not still have the same, you know, subjugation as black, brown, queer, trans people. It can't be. It never was, and it never will be. Right? Somebody got to stand up and use their privilege. And I think it should be all of us, but certain voices are going to be listened to more than others. So outside of just speaking up and acknowledging it, what more do they need to do? I know I just put so much in that question, but what do you guys think? It's fine. I'm a talker. I talk. It's whatever. Literally, don't at me at your mama. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thoughts?
I guess I will go first since Bubs probably is already in his DMs.
Oh my God!
I
Is that
think,
what Bubs said?
I think that here's my issue with some of this. It's correct. I think, you know, we know that pale folk are going to have to do something. They're going to have to take up issue with the system they directly benefit from and the system that was directly created by their forefathers, for sure. But I don't think we also having enough conversation amongst ourselves as Black queer people about the literal psychological work we're going to have to do on ourselves, because the outward system is only one part of the problem at this point. The barriers and condemnations and shame and prejudices and self-hate that has been resulted in as a result of these prejudice systems are now in our minds and in our consciousnesses and are showing up in the way we relate to ourselves and in the way that we relate to one another. And if we do not get paralyzingly clear about that as a priority, the personal work that is going to have to be taken up as Black queer folk to undo the system, to get ourselves into deep therapy so that we can reform the damage done to us, we're essentially going to do what America did in a failed attempt to correct racism, which is only free the black bodies without actually dealing with the damage of the black mind. Well, we're only going to free the body, and we're still going to be toe up and dysfunctional, and then looking for an enemy in all of that, instead of realizing that at that point, once the outward system is destroyed, the enemy will now be the one looking back at you in the mirror. So, I'm always going to agree for sure that, pale people, privileged folk are going to have to actually really use their privilege in a meaningful, substantive way, because there are outward forces that are contributing to the inability of smaller communities and disenfranchised communities being able to liberate themselves, but also the people at the bottom are going to have to do our fair share of liberating ourselves. We're going to have to that's going to have to be a total collaborative effort, or else it'll be equivalent to trying to pull somebody up who's using all they dead weight, instead of also using their capacity to work with the first responders to pull them up and out. So I want us to really understand that, like, the community is sick. Our community is sick at this point. The outward poison is almost irrelevant, because just like in the black community, we're doing it to ourselves at this point. The system has been completely internalized. It's been completely internalized and now personified through us who gatekeep that system within our own community. So I really want to see Black queer people like champion behind therapy and personal therapy, because rather we ever live and exist in a world where the system is completely dissolved, we still have at least a chance to get to our own personal promised land by doing the work personally, resolving the injury and the damages done within this world to us on a personal level. So I think I'll just kind of rest my point there.
What about you, Bugs? Anything?
I agree. I mean, I've kind of been sharing the same sentiments even before the live. I remember when I did my other live with you guys on the platform, when we were talking about the whole situation of walking away from the system. This system has not, and is not, and will never be created for us, ever, ever. They have fail safes in place to make sure that we don't get what is ours. I agree with CTV. We have to start really pouring into our own, in the ways that our ancestors did, but again, agreeing even further, this time finding a way to defend it, and defend it with as much ferocity as possible. All of the stuff that our ancestors did in the sake of peace, in reference to what happened to them, as far as water hoses, dogs sicked on them, all type of shit, we now get to be able to respond in that same way to our oppressors in reference to defending ourselves. If not, we will just continue this cycle. It'll be another generation having the exact same conversation, trying to have it in the same way, just a different medium or whatever, and the cycle continues. So we have to take responsibility, because we are, through our pain, through our trauma, through our ignorances, through our fears, we are engaging in the system that's meant to destroy us. And the only way the system will not destroy us is if we do not participate. And I think Black people just have to find a way to be on one accord for the most part. All niggas ain't gonna do that, because there's always gonna be the plantation niggas, the cooning niggas, the shoe shining niggas. But for the ones that's ready to burn this bitch the fuck down, girl, and really bring in something different, that's what we need to get to. Because if not, we're dying a slow death. So if we're going to die regardless, we might as well die on our own terms and hope to live. That's the case. So.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're talking about Black Americans, so they're not going to give up they're not going to give up the American comforts. And,
But the thing, America never made
their
y'all niggas
Walmarts
comfortable.
and their Targets and their they're not, and all the other bullshit that comes along with being an American. You know, it's ingrained in, you know.
And I'm gonna say this then. I'm gonna say something.
It's not gonna, you know, they may talk a big game, but they're not gonna give up. They're not gonna give up all that, you know, to fight.
I'm gonna say this then. I'm gonna say something completely Malcolm X-ish. If it gets to the point where really they don't want to give it up, then I'm in the business of if we can't have it, nobody can. And it definitely needs to come all the way down, because it's also not going to make any logical sense in us continuing to breed children and bring new melanated people into a system that we can't even correct, chin check, we can't even make better. And then that literally plays into the continual generational pathologies of anti-blackness, racism, internalized hatred, queerphobia. We're just literally bringing new black souls into a anti-black system. So if it ever gets to the point where the pale folk is willing to bear all arms that they have, because apparently it's more GUNs in American streets than there are American citizens at this point. So we are overarmed as a people. Then, you know, look, I've always said on my own platform, I don't mind America being turned into a third world country. At the end of the day, let the motherfucker burn. Let it burn. If it can't be reformed, then the cancer needs to be eliminated altogether.
Sounds like we're heading towards that now, anyway.
I hope not, but you know,
we're gonna have to fight, or we're gonna end up in them jails they got over there in El Salvador.
You're right.
Go ahead, Sean. I just wish that the wind god just used his hurricanes and just throw and just destroy everything of what this country is made out of, thanks to the under Trump's regime, because I'm just waiting for that to happen. All this destruction is going on in the third world countries of nature, taking its anger out on Japan and China at the same place. But why isn't it happening here? Why isn't it doing what it's supposed to do here? I don't get it. I'm waiting for it. I'm just waiting for Mother Nature to do her actions on the death of these people, like our own people. I'm waiting for it to happen. When is it going to happen?
Not too about to ask Fujin to come through, girl. Fujin.
To Tetrion, I'm waiting.
At this point, where is Fujin? Where is Raiden, girl? Where is Chronica, bitch?
Where's Raiden?
Where's Quan Chi, Shao Kahn, and them, and Shinnok is running amok.
Yes, indeed. Exactly.
And no, I did not. I'm not in his DMs.
Aw, man.
I can look though.
I
told you I like pretty men's.
Looking kills.
Okay. I see you.
Deshaun, not you over
I will
being
say, as a black person, as an African American, I can tell you a lot of our culture was always trying to assimilate, or I don't want to say that, but I feel like there's this sense of trying to prove back in the day that we are just as good as white people. And like now we're at a point where we don't have to prove that. I think everyone knows that, you know, we can do exactly what you can do. And if not, we can do it better because of our experiences and because we have to work harder. But I would say back in the day, it was always this: iron your clothes, wear a suit, okay, do this, because they're going to think otherwise. So I will say in the black community, there was always this disdain and this scorning of being homosexual or being feminine or effeminate in any way as a man, because that was another reason to give white people to look down on us. Damn, they already think this of us, and now you're going to go and be feminine?
like you're gonna go and be gay, like that just adds on to you being black. So that's why I can say as a black man and as an African American, it was always harder for a lot of us to be gay and for us to come out. Now, I'm not white and I cannot speak for the white experience, so I'm not really going to speak about that. But, you know, because being white, you already have all of the privileges that come with that, you know, and being gay, like, yeah, you're going to be looked at different, but at the end of the day, if the police run in, they're going to run to me before they run to you. And it's not just police, it comes to jobs. You're going to get the job first. It's just a lot of different privileges that you have as a white person that don't leave just because you're homosexual or you're trans or something like that. Black pride and Hispanic prides were made out of results of being treated, discriminated against, and being pushed out and having to make a black pride. Like, I don't think a lot of white people get that I think they think that we want to be separate. Like, we want to have our own thing. Like, that would be cool, but that's not usually how most of these things happen. Like, we didn't want to have to make HBCUs. Like, we didn't want to have to make our own colleges. You know, the regular colleges or the white colleges, they didn't want to accept black people. So what do? We made our own, you know, colleges. When it comes to the feminist movement, okay, you had feminism and you had womanism. And that's because a lot of black women didn't feel like they were accepted or they were being treated, or the movement was for them also. So there was feminists, there was white feminists, and the black people were left out. So the black woman made the womanist movement. And a lot of people don't even know about that either. Look that up, girl. There's a lot of things where we had to do it rather than we wanted to. So y'all know that I'm not talking out the side of my ass. I'm gonna call one of my friends, one of my good friends. I have a lot of white friends, and you know, okay, I won't say a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have a lot of white friends, but I have a lot of white associates, like people I'm really cool with. And I'm gonna call one of them because I want to I haven't told him what this video is about. I really just want to ask him out of nowhere if he knows what Black Pride is and why he think it came about. I miss you, Dylan!
Oh my god, it's literally been forever. Like, literally.
Are you going to New York Pride?
I was thinking about it.
So I have a question for you, and it actually has to do with that. So, do you know what Black Pride is?
Do I know what Black Pride is? In the sense of like Black Pride.
Do you know it exists?
Yes.
Okay, do you know why it exists?
For the struggles that Black people in the LGBT community specifically have gone through.
Okay, well, this is not fair. Dylan is like super like educated. Like, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, but you'd be surprised. Would you agree that a lot of white people don't know what Black Pride is? Like, they don't know it's a thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but we're kind of both like super queer, like, like so. Yeah.
Representative. Even just the people that I meet here at Harvard are just very unrepresentative, and the population as a whole, and really do not understand much. So I feel like a lot of people even here would think that, yeah.
Okay, so the first thing that I have on my list that started this divide is racism. Okay, and I know we hate to talk about racism. I know it makes all of the white gays uncomfortable. I understand, but listen, girl, we gotta talk about it because it's happening. I'm just laughing because it really be making y'all uncomfortable. But I mean, we don't want to keep having this happen, girl. It ain't our fault. But listen, the racism. Okay, so let me just say, back in the day, back like before the 2000s, I would say, they would just, you know, not offer you business because you were gay. Like, they had that right. A business can say, no, I don't want to do business with you. So if it was a club, they can say that they don't want you to come in and give them business. So back in the day, that was okay. You know, if you were gay, you know, they could kick you out, girl, and you most likely wouldn't have a case on your hand. So businesses these days, they're being a little slick on how they do their racism, okay? And how are they doing this racism? They are doing it with dress codes, and they're doing it with the music they play. The first way they do this is by making a dress code for clubs, okay? They say no chains. They say no white, Air Force Ones. They say no Air Force Ones. They say no Jordans. They say no Timbs. And then, these are things that we wear in our culture as Black people. That's a part of our fashion. There are things that we make hot in our culture and we love it. And it's deemed as ghetto or Black until one white person or white celebrity starts doing it. And then now it's an everybody thing and not a Black thing anymore. Like cornrows. Back in the day, they probably did ban cornrows. But now when Kim Kardashian came up there with some cornrows, it was cute. Now everybody with cornrows can come into the club. But that's how they do it. Okay, they do the dress codes. They do things that they know usually only black people would wear. You know, white people, you know, they might like some Sperry's, some boat shoes. You don't really see a lot of white people in Jordans. You know what I mean? So that's how they do it. That's the first thing they do. The second thing they do is they ban the music. Oh, we're banning hip hop because we want this to be positive vibes and we don't want to promote any violence. Girl, and a lot of people are going to watch this and be like, I've never heard of that. Girl, I have evidence. Girl, let me bring. I have evidence. I have evidence, Your Honor. Me, bitch. I have evidence for myself and for this video because a lot of people aren't going to believe me. Let me tell you. Look on this screen. Somewhere, I don't know where I'm going to put it, but I have evidence. One of my friends, he lives in Chicago. One of his favorite gay clubs banned hip-hop music. And this is the message or the announcement that they gave out to the public on why they were banning hip-hop music.
So I'll try to read this. I mean, I've read it, but it's, let me see here. Let's see. We are changing up our format. Our goal is to promote a positive, shit, that's small.
I mean, if you want me to read it, I can read it for you if you want me to read it.
Yeah, go ahead, because that's small shit.
Because it is tidy as hell. I would have to magnify my damn self. Okay.
I had to put on my glasses.
It said that we are changing up our format. Our goal is to promote a positive, happy, and energetic, upbeat, and most importantly, a fun vibe. Think DJ AM for 2019, a super open format, pop, dance, focus atmosphere. We have implemented a no rap rule effective immediately. This is not a suggestion. If you play rap, you will not be asked back. Anything vulgar, aggressive, or considered mumble rap, including certain Cardi B tracks and newer Nicki Minaj, is off limits. If you are unsure if a song qualifies, assume it does and choose something else. Think Kiss FM, B96, opposed to WGCI. If someone is pressuring you for a song, just let them know it's the new rule. There will be added security there to help with this transition, and one specifically posted next to the DJ booth. My God.
Damn.
Talk about the no nigger sign.
And this is absolutely true what he has here. They do that here in Dallas.
Damn.
They're getting a little bit better, but they would you know, they only would let only a certain amount of blacks into the club. Now it's called Station 4, but back, you know, it was called like Village Station, and they only would let a certain amount of black folks in, you know, and that could really only be like somewhere between maybe 10 to 15, and that's what they considered acceptable. But they would not let them in because they would make them show like 3 IDs in order for them to get in. They would make up bullshit. You know, they wouldn't let them in because of their, you know, the shoes they had on. You know, back when a lot of people was wearing Timberlands, the clothes they had on, and then they wouldn't play like the hip hop and stuff that we all liked back then. They wouldn't play the hip hop music. They waited till after hours to play the hip hop stuff, and then that's when they would let the, you know, the black folks in, but they wouldn't let them in before hours. And then the white people at the Village Station, if the DJ, you know, because the DJ there, he was my friend. He was called DJ Zool, and you know, he used to make my tapes and stuff, you know, my music, my mix tapes and stuff for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then but then when he would be making, you know, he'd be making the music, and he would put, you know, play some like hip hop and rap. White people would come up, you know, to the DJ booth because it was upstairs on the second floor, and they would come up there and they would literally write and paste it on the window, you know, where he was DJing at, and they would literally place, you know, say, quit playing. Why are you playing this nigga boo music? And they were doing that so much that the, you know, I don't know if they were the owners or they were the managers of the Village Station or S4. I don't know who they were, but eventually they stopped even playing the music for after hours. And then they did, and then the also the bar that was right down the street, which they own, the people, Cabin Enterprises, they own that bar too, called JR's. When Tamar was here, and I actually heard you speak on this too, Conscious, when I was watching your show one time. It was last year sometime, but I don't know if you remember, but you spoke about it too. When Tamar came here, they wouldn't let her in because she had on a hoodie.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and they wouldn't let her in, and she caused a big old ruckus about it or whatever. They didn't even know who she was. She came in with her hoodie on. They didn't know it was Tamar. And then when they realized it was Tamar, then you should have told us ahead of time. And then they put out this big old statement, just like this guy wrote here. They put out this big old statement that they're not racist, they're not prejudiced, and we allow all people, which is not true, because they would not let her in because she had on her hoodie. And she was black.
Yeah.
Now white people can walk up in there with their hoodies, but I guess black people can't. And then Tamar, she put up a big stink about it. They said, "Oh, if we had known who you were, we would have escorted you through the back door."
Can I say something problematic?
Yeah,
I'm probably about to get my black card revoked because, okay, how can I say this? What I am realizing about America KKK is she is very optic based, and on top of that, America is extremely diverse in terms of it's considered the melting pot. So we have lots of cultures here. I think sometimes on both sides, when white folk think black folk being quote unquote racist, which we can't be racist, but we can be prejudiced per se, or when we think white folk being prejudiced, I think sometimes it's more so a cultural difference that's exacerbated by certain media representation of that particular culture. So think of every culture here as having a brand. Black people, largely due to mainstream media, not even black people's doing, but because the racism behind media has branded black folk a certain way. They've branded hip hop, they've branded rap, they've branded, etc. And made this the poster image for black folk. And then bleeding into that is whatever's considered black aesthetics: braids, cornrows, Air Force Ones, oversized tees, the hoodies, the tattoos, the rims, etc., the grills. And I think sometimes there are white folk, because they're not in relationship to black folk, just like there's straight folk who not in relationship to queer folk. So their only information is the optics of it all, is whatever the mainstream image is of said people. And because of that image, white folk be scared as hell. Now, what's interesting about white folk being scared as hell is you got niggas who scared of niggas. You got niggas who clutch their pearls, who tighten up on security when they see a certain blacks skipping a loo. When they see a certain aesthetic, everybody starts to use nonverbal communication. Oh hell, bitch! Here we go, turn the roadie up. So it's interesting to me because it happens across the board on all sides, where we have, I guess, what we call stereotypes. Now, I don't know how we resolve that, because aside from racism being a thing, I think there's also cultural differences. And I do think us as black folk, we do spend our time a little bit too much trying to get jiggy with people outside of our own circle. And I think some of this could be mitigated, even if it is racism, by just staying where the fuck you celebrated at. Just go where the fuck you celebrated. Because to white people's point, I too don't want to live in a managed society. If that what it takes to keep the peace is for white folk to drink from their shit and for us to drink from ours, then so the fuck be it. Like, I honestly, like, I don't even have no white friends at this point. I don't even dwell in white spaces. I don't go to white clubs. I pretty much, wherever white people is, I ain't. And on the other side, wherever niggas is, I ain't either. Wherever black folk are, I am. Wherever niggas are, I'm not. Wherever black folk I am. Where them niggas at, I ain't either. But I think some of this is cultural differences. I'm not sure if everything is per se about racism more so than it is about stereotyping and people existing outside the culture don't know what to make of it, but all they see is, baby, when you see a big T, a Jordan, and a do-rag, somebody about to die up in this motherfucker. So people just go to boarding up the place. And I think that because of that, that's why it's going to be important for us to like really get centered around creating our own everything, including our own media, so we can be in control of our own narrative, because we keep trying to force the mainstream dominant society to like represent us right. We keep asking people who don't want to understand to understand. I think we just need to let, in a way, because I know we got to fight that to some degree, because America is also blended. It's not going to be utterly segregated. But I think this should be motivation too for us to create our own medias, for us to create our own media outlets, our own social media platforms, and for us to use this opportunity with racism to just further Black colonization. Like, I think sometimes we're moving kind of counterproductively by trying to get white folk to see us and understand us. They're not going to. They're a part of the dominant society. There are people are in control of the media. It's going to take too much work to get them to ultimately see something that's meaningless at the end of the goddamn day. What we all trying to really get to is the bag and just our little piece of the pie called happiness. And we can do that without their motherfucking approval. We can do that while they still hold their stereotypes. And we can do that while they still hold their racism as well. I think we just got to really refocus our priorities. And like I said, I'm not sure if all of this is solely rooted in racism more so than it is just natural ignorance as a byproduct of existing more so amongst your own people than you do outside people. I mean, to be honest, how white people kind of like stereotype Black people, I feel Christians do to every other spiritual group. You know, it's like, you can't be of the hoodoo, you can't be of the voodoo, you can't be in the doo-doo, you can't be in any of it without, there being this misunderstanding and all of this. And am I going to go beat down Christian doors to be understood as a spiritualist? No. Am I going to go beat down their temples to be understood as a right-hand path? No. As a Christian mystic, as a Christian witch? No. I mean, I do think it is enough for them to be how the fuck they bees, and for me to bees how the fuck I bees. And as long as you ain't trying to bees in my face, we can bees all right, ultimately. But I don't know. Some of this is giving me like kind of what he's describing is kind of giving me more so like this is a stereotype more so than there is racism, even though both of those things can look the same. They can look identical.
Agreed. I agree with what he said. Again, like, you can have your own spaces, but don't come and poison the water in my space. Don't come over here and put the guns in my space. Don't come over here and try to destroy my space. And whenever we do that, this is what we're met with. So again, trying to work within the system against someone who doesn't care about you, and then when you go ahead and do your own thing, which I don't even know why we be trying to get white people's affirmation in reference to success when we are the ones that built the country. So it's like when we finally go do our own, we have to protect that, because if we don't, again, it will continue to be this. And yes, there are stereotypes, just like how for a white person, girl, when you see a white boy with a book bag, what do we do? Oh shit, there he go, girl, watch him. That's stereotype too. So if you want to play the stereotype game, we can play the stereotype game. Y'all talking about niggas killing motherfuckers, but white people have serial killers, girl, and they go in spaces where the door is unlocked, where the window is up, where they basically opening up and paving the way for the motherfucker to come in. A nigga come in, unalive everybody in the house, make a damn sandwich, take a shower, take a nap, wake up, try on clothes, watch a few episodes on TV, and leave before the police come. And they're in the good neighborhood. So again, we can have our own spaces where we can affirm blackness generationally. Also have spaces where we can come and work together in reference to business or just co-mingle if we want to, because again, we are a melting pot. But to CTV's point, just allow us to get to our slice of the pie and our own happiness without y'all having to have the blueberries all up in the motherfucking macaroni and cheese and shit, the marshmallows and the potato salad. We don't know. Stop.
And to Bub's point, I don't know why we don't play the stereotype game back, because black folk got 400 plus years of receipts to prove why we should be locking our damn doors when we see white people coming down the damn road, why we should be running across the damn street when we see white folk pooching on through.
Yes.
And I do that when I see white folk. When I go out in public, baby, I be hauling ass in front. I go out my way to make a moment. I be acting scared because I am.
Oh damn, you like the movie Sinners. Damn.
Yeah, 400 years of fear. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm
And
scared. I'm scared of these thugs, of these white thugs.
And we can even bring that again in a to a more realer aspect as well, as far as a lot of our experiences, whether it's us or people that we know. How many times do we fall into fear whenever the police pull behind us? They ain't even got to hit their lights. Just the fact that they pull behind us, our heart starts automatically racing because we don't know if the lights is going to be flicked on. And then if they do flick the lights on, oh shit, what I do. But then if they drive past you, there's a sense of relief. So again, if we're going to play that game, we can play that game. Going back to the Christians, I say it all the time, and even Mother Maddie said it. If we going to hell for being gay, guess what, bitch? We will see y'all there. You know, you come to the fish fry too. So again, it's equality across the board, no matter where we at. We can do it in this area where it's supposed to be a lot more high vibratory, or we can play the petty games, whatever you want to do. I am not too heavily minded to where I'm no earthly good, and vice versa. What do you want to do is the question.
I mean, I'm gonna be seeing y'all, but it's gonna be, from heaven. I'm gonna be looking down into hell at you hoes, but I don't know about being there with you hoes. But yeah, I will be looking at you hoes in hell.
That part.
I'm gonna be sitting to the right hand of the Son, who's sitting to the right hand of the Father.
Lord, and the Holy Daughter. Holy Daughter.
So Slick, she wants they want to know how do we define race, or how y'all define racism. I guess she wants it different than the Webster's dictionary version, but how do y'all define racism?
I would say that racism, if we speaking semantically, is a system. Is a system led by prejudice against a people based upon skin color. If you don't have a system that can actually oppress a people, then what you have is a prejudice. If a people actually have the power to reinforce their prejudice, then that's what makes it racism. So I would say that racism is the system led by the prejudice, but without a system, then you just have a belief, aka a prejudice.
Yeah. And what furthers that racism is if that system and those who are privileged in it are then told and indoctrinated to upkeep and uphold that type of mentality. think that also adds to the spectrum of racism. I just want to say something different because basically he basically covered all the bases. No shade. I was just giving an extension on that. Okay, no shade.
Mm.
Okay.
Sean, the word extension did something for you. Oh Lord.
That was by
But you know what I
accident.
mean, okay? So if you ban these things, if you ban the way we dress, and you ban to what we listen to, why would I go?
Right.
The next thing that I put up here that started the divide is comfortability. Okay, so even though that we're all gay, we're all queer, I can talk to you about liking guys, and you're a white guy, and we can relate on that end. But at the end of the day, I can still feel the racism. Okay, I can still feel the way that you're looking at me when I go towards this merchandise, and you're thinking I'm going to steal it. Like, our color doesn't change. Okay, the race doesn't change. We both may still be gay, but I still feel that racism. I still feel that prejudice. I still feel profiling. So it's just not comfortable for me. I feel like a lot of white gays, because they're queer and because they're gay, and yes, I know you go through a lot. I do. I understand I'm gay also. I think that a lot of them think that they're exempt from being prejudiced and discriminatory. I say this all the time. Like, I feel like a lot of white gays think they went through slavery. Girl, you can't tell them nothing, girl. You can't tell them nothing, girl. They feel like, I've been through a lot. And I blah, 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 blah. And I can relate to slavery. Girl, I've heard it. I've heard it, girl. I'm not even lying to you. I've heard it. I feel like a lot of them feel like they are just exempt. Like they can do whatever they want just because they're gay. And that's what happens when you give a white person just a little bit of discrimination and oppression. But I'm not trying to minimize their feelings. I'm not trying to minimize their experience. And I really do understand and I sympathize with your experience of being queer. But at the same time, that does not mean that you cannot yourself be discriminatory. Just like a lot of black gay men are discriminatory towards trans women. Because anything in history, if you look at anything in history, the history shows us that white people were the one that discriminated against us. You've never had to make a space for white people because all of them were already for y'all.
All right.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Because this thing is real deep, child. Because
we almost done. We almost done. I just got one.
No. It's just making me think about how multi-layered some of these issues are. Like I'm even still hung up on the whole racism versus stereotype dynamic, because I think the truth that we don't be wanting to accept as a people, period, like in terms of like all people, whether it's gay people, straight people, black people, white people, whoever people, is that I think because there are cultural differences, there's also an issue of like, we don't want to accept that there's truth in some of these stereotypes. And I think that that's what even makes it waters the mud even more. For instance, it ain't too many goddamn gangbangers who gangbanging in 3-piece suits. It ain't too many thugs who shooting up the club in the community in loafers. So there is truth in some of these stereotypes in terms of what they are associated with. And the other issue becomes within that is you got people who not that, but who like that aesthetic. But because they don't live in a system that's going to judge them for the merit of their character, but instead for their appearance, whether that's skin color, whether that's dress code, whether that's personal style, it leads us and puts us in a position as a people who trying to wrestle through where all this is coming from and what all this is, to just lump everything into the racism box, when it's kind of a bit is way more nuanced than it just being about racism. There are some things that are just unfortunately true and that have truth to them. And where do we draw the line in people having the right of preference? Because You know, I'm hearing this young man, and you know, he's, you know, his interpretation of what he's talking about is racism, racism, racism. I'm like, yeah, but you said everything but your skin color, so you can still be black. You just can't dress up in what's been interpreted to be a possible problematic aesthetic, because there are certain things that are attached culturally to a certain way of showing up in one's clothes. And because nobody knows how to distinguish the actual thug from the person who just dressed in hip hop, or the person who just dressing according to community culture, then you got both people being thrown out with the bathwater, because nobody can tell the difference between who's who and what's what, since once again, ain't no thugs doing no drive-bys in tuxedos. And so I'd be wondering, like, when are we also going to address the fact that in all stereotypes, like, there's always smoke where there's fire, that there do be truth in a lot of stereotypes. They're not entirely precise and accurate in and of themselves, but because there be truth to these stereotypes, I don't know how we navigate that and how we move around that. I mean, I don't know, like, how do we address that? I don't know how we sort through that. What would y'all say to that?
Yeah, you're right. But I think when it also, though, they put that stigma on us, but they got theirs too. You know, I mean, look at that January 6th bullshit that happened. You know, they got their thugs, they got their, you know, I mean, I think it applies across the board. But you are right. But but that also applies to them. But they just happen to be the, you know, the privileged.
So when we gonna start? So when we going, because I feel like white folk will start coming down off some of this shit if we start acting like them. If we get just as stereotypical. If we start discriminating against every white boy who got a Caesar's cut because it's associated with some serial killer shit. If we be like, you can't come up in here with a buzz cut, you can't come up in here as a white boy with a fade that's giving skinhead. Like, I mean, if we start gatekeeping at the level that they gatekeep at, because white people are actually really fragile and insecure and really pick niches at the end of the day,
yeah,
they're gonna come down at that shit, because white people really want to be picked. That's why they were screaming, crying aloud when it came to the Black Midas ish. Oh, all lives matter. Oh, blue lives matter. white folk are pick niches, but the reason why they never have to be that desperate is because we set such a low margin for what it takes for them to even penetrate our spaces and come into our spaces. We so open armed and open hearted. They never have to prove themselves. They never really have to wrestle up against what they do to us, because we act better than them when it comes to this social relationship and that we all in. But I think that if we start reflecting back to them what they look like and what they act like and treat them the same and reinforcing their stereotypes, I think that things that get very interesting and a little bit better than what they are.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they'll, because you know it's so many of them. Shit, I think that they'll, you know, they gonna sick the government on us. Hell,
But
I mean,
they
they have the ability. They have the ability more than we do to, you know, to oppress us more than we do to oppress them. And we can do stuff like that, you know, in which we have. And, you know, they go and whine and complain, you know, they'll go and whine and complain and, go take out a take out a lawsuit against you or whatever. You know how they were doing the colleges because they were saying that they were discriminating against white people coming into some of the HBCUs, and even though they're there, or them just not getting the grant money and stuff for for school, saying that they were giving it to us for trying to use DEI and all that type of stuff. But and all they do is sick the government on us or the police on us, and so if we try to oppress them and do the things to them that they have done to us, and then that's kind of what they're afraid of with a lot of this, what's going on in the country now, which has been going on for a while. They're afraid if we do get into power, that we're going to do to them what they did to us, and there's other dynamics that go into play with that also, just with the caste system of with the money and the and that type of stuff, but they part of it is that they're afraid if the people of color came into power, then what they did to us, they're afraid we're going to do that to them.
And we are. So they have a right to be afraid. Because I'm going to be honest, like I keep saying, I don't want to live in a managed society. That's why it's like I have to create at least a line for myself in terms of like, I don't want racism, but I do want the right of a preference. If I don't want to rent to white people, I don't want to have to fucking rent to white people. If I don't want to fucking shake my ass and open up my fucking door for white folk or for any type of folk, I want the right of preference. I want the right of preference. I'm not into this whole like utopian ass shit because first of all, it's an unrealistic idea of the way it's going to turn out to begin with. So my whole thing is like I'm even okay with racism, to be honest. The only problem with racism, to your point, tick for tack, is white people in control.
Right.
So they get to enforce and they get to dominate because of their power. We don't have no power, and that's really what this issue really boils down to, is that black folk need power. We need power. We just need power. Once we have power, baby, they can have baby let America be as racist as it wants. I don't give a damn about no racism. I don't give a damn about no homophobia. I don't give a damn about that. Once we got power, I'm good. I'm cool because I have the means to protect myself from you in every which way there is. So, be your own person. Think what you want to think. Once I'm empowered, honestly, like I no longer have to fear you. We are truly equals on the playing field. So that's why I really want us as a people to get our shit together, because instead of us trying to debunk and talk people out of their racism and out of their queerphobia, we need to be working really just toward power. That's going to be the recalibrating of it all, is us coming into power.
Yeah, and no shade, they kind of created the space for that to be, unfortunately, what I feel like one of the only choices that we have left. I mean, we spent so much time trying to educate, trying to do the right thing. I mean, again, with the civil rights movement, we had motherfuckers having dogs sicked on them, water hoses turned on them, no fucking reason for just being fucking black. So it's kind of like, I do agree. Black people gonna have to do something radical, and I think that as this country is falling apart, it'll give black people the opportunity to finally focus on blackness. Because I feel like the only way out of this situation is through community. So I feel like we also have to do something different. And for me, like I do want to believe that there is such thing as a utopian, or at least a place where everybody can respect each other and honor each other's culture. But if we're going to look at it in more realistic terms, okay, I think we should all have our own space, but allow us to control our own narrative of our own space. Allow us to be able to do what we want to do in our own space without you guys having to have some influence over it. And then have the nerve to get mad, girl, talking about, oh, we're going to sue you because you won't let us in the HBCUs. without realizing the reason why we had to create HBCUs, because y'all wouldn't let us. So if you guys want us to move forward without there being some sort of, I guess, reckoning in a sense, y'all can just build reconciliation, which means I apologize, I'm sorry for what I did, then have something to give back in reference to equity, and then not do it again. But when you've been privileged all your life, accountability feels like an attack. So
Yeah, fuck your apology. Give me power. And you already too sick and demonic to give it that. So I'm gonna have to take that from you. So, I'm gonna have to take power and then fuck your apology.
wow, 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 wow.
Oh wow.
Here's the you got anything to say, Deshaun?
Yeah, we need to start. We need to do something. We need to figure this stuff out. We really need to start. Whatever these white people are doing that's wrong, we need to start addressing it and addressing it now, and do it by force if we have to. Yeah, we need to do something. That's what we need to do. We need to start. We need to start making our own militia. We need to start making wars and stuff like that. Maybe that'll get their attention.
Don't trust those niggas over there.
I mean, I don't get it. I mean, why does our own people gotta attack each other and stuff like that instead of attacking the one that's actually creating this problem?
And that's a question I've kind of asked too.
They're
Like,
going
no
off of that
shade.
King
Why
James
the?
version of the Bible.
But I'm saying, like, no shade. Like, why is George Zimmerman still walking around?
Exactly. I
Like,
mean,
y'all
for
niggas do
real.
hot. Y'all drop hot 16s about how y'all done smoked this nigga. You done killed unalive people in his family, girl. You smoking on dead so and so, girl. But y'all can't pull up on these motherfuckers, girl. Because again, when white people want to get justice and it wasn't done in the realm of court, they would come like a thief in the fucking night. We're the niggas that do the same thing. Y'all be ready to slide on a nigga when he kills somebody on your team, but you be trying to catch the op slipping. But you don't want to catch that op slipping. Who don't give a fuck about you at all as a black person or your damn enemy in reference to game, whatever the situation may be. Like, I just be thinking like we're not for real, and that's the sad part. That's the sad part. And then you want to bring children into this situation. Wow. Wow.
Okay. So last little video here, y'all. We'll get the lesbians in on it.
The lesbians.
The lesbians.
The lesbians.
Queer people have to grapple with the fact that just because they're gay does not mean they can't be racist or can't or are incapable of disregarding or disrespecting Black people in their life. Because everything that's affecting Black queer people will affect everyone eventually, if not very soon.
Absolutely.
And I think it's hard to do that sometimes. People who are like starting these new initiatives are really still holding internalized colonial beliefs and internalized anti-Black beliefs, and anti-Blackness is absolutely rampant.
I hear an echo. Somebody got something going on.
I think that might be Deshaun.
Oops, sorry.
You good, pimpin'? You good?
But among non-binary people, among leftists, among everyone.
Speak on it.
And even in our own communities, like the internalized anti-Blackness is very real. It's a mass psychosis, and I feel like social media, especially like socialist or leftist media, it's not exempt from it.
Absolutely. I think that's such an important conversation to have that I feel like I've had so many times with so many Black people.
Yeah.
I think it's almost implicit to the Black queer experience is knowing we walk through it's whatever leftism and we love each other, peace and pride, and you still walk into the room, still walk into the gay bar, you still walk into the queer function, you still walk into the zine making fair a little differently than everybody else. And
yes,
like these people that are supposed to be, or a lot of the times purport to be in community with you, will unknowingly, unwittingly not be. But they don't know that.
They don't know that. So whiteness in and of itself is a self-soothing mechanism. And so when we see white people or, honestly non-Black people as well,
Yes.
who are
Wake that up.
yeah, influenced by the ideas of whiteness and want to have proximity to whiteness, you're going to see a lot of self-soothing behaviors that for a Black person can actually feel can be aggressive and can be like, whoa, where is that coming from? I think a lot of it is internalized, and a lot of times we're not even aware of it. Spent a lot of time in like rural America working on farms last year. I met some amazing people, but also I met a lot of people who I fear showed their ass.
Real.
And people do just tend to, you know, you'll think you have a friend, you think you have an ally, they turn around, flash a little ass, and you're like, you're showing your ass right now.
You're showing your ass right now,
I'm like, you moved me, bitch.
You know your ass is out, like, whoa.
Yeah, like ass cheeks and
You
all.
moved me.
I think a lot of it is like avoidance, honestly. I think it's avoiding the real work, because it's one thing to be, you know, we see all of this with like the diversity, equity, and inclusion rollbacks that are happening right now politically, where it's like there was so much talk, so many LinkedIn posts, so many infographics, and then in the blink of an eye, the system that has always existed and continues to exist are stripping those rights away one by one, where they're coming for our healthcare, they're coming for our education, and all of those things exist largely outside of the digital sphere. Those are things that are happening on the ground in our real life, where it's like you walk into a school, you walk into a clinic, they're going to charge you $300. That's some real life shit, right? And I think it's easier to say the right things and learn the script than to understand that and feel that and sit with that in your body and confront how you might be a part of it. And I think a lot of people don't want to do that work because it is hard and bad, and it's
not fun.
Yeah, it's not fun, you know. And I think that social media kind of gives us this quick fix where it's like we can say the right things, or like even, you know, corporate spaces or institutions give, it's like, okay, as long as you say the right things and say like, you know, we don't owe you androgyny, and kind of regurgitate these catchphrases that have been popularized on social media, you're kind of reaching increasing levels of abstraction, where it's like every time you're repeating it, it becomes this abstract slogan or idea, where all the while this is happening, third world people, Black people, poor people, working class people are fighting for the material tools for their survival and liberation.
Yep. I've had an idea in that vein, that like, or a thought, a question about where the needle will move to once the people who live in abstraction, typically like white queer people who live in abstraction, the tangible realities are less difficult. Like, for real.
This is what she's saying is staying on the same order what Bubs, you and Conscious were saying. Just what y'all saying, you know, just a different format, but she's saying some of the same stuff.
How the needle will move as this administration continues to like demonize and, you know, be perpetuate violence towards the community, like as like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think the effects will be once they are kind of, it does affect them, you know?
Yeah. It's if you're not going to confront the intersection between, if you don't have to confront the intersection between like gender and race, you don't have to think about how the experience of Black people is different from you and sit with that guilt and shame, then why would you? Same thing where it's like
whoa.
Or, you know, and I think the answer of like why should you is because it is going to affect all of us. The abuse that's enacted against Black people is like a trial run for what will be done to the working class and white Americans. Like,
What y'all think? It's definitely gonna affect them. It's gonna take I think
You got to echo,
Deshaun,
Deshaun.
your
You got to echo.
thing is echoing. It's gonna take for Americans and white Americans especially, they're gonna have to feel a lot of pain before they really act. They're starting to act a little bit now, but it's gonna take a lot of taking away their privilege for them to actually act. They're gonna have to be in pain, and they're gonna feel some of the same pain we felt over these 400 years or more, actually. because a lot of this shit started over in Europe and stuff too. So it actually really started back in ancient times. Um, but once they start feeling that pain, that's when that they'll act. We haven't gotten that yet, but we're getting there. And then uh, just like she said, it's going to come. The shit that's happening to us and the shit that they're doing to us and the oppression, the racism, whatever they're throwing towards us, the homophobia, all of that shit comes back around. The universe always comes back around full circle. Okay, so that's eventually it's going to affect them too. Just like how you go back to the Holocaust. People don't. I sat by and I didn't do shit because that wasn't me. And then then they came over there to this people, and I didn't do shit because that wasn't me, and then they came over here to this group, and then it wasn't me, so I didn't do shit. And eventually there was no one left when they came for me. Okay, and eventually it comes back around, so it's going to hit them too. And that's when they're going to act. And and white folks can be crazy as hell because they will burn up some shit. They talk about black folks, with us destroying our property and stuff like that. But once you start taking shit away from them, they'll burn this whole country.
It was pain before pleasure. Yeah.
And that's what we need to be doing as a black folk is manipulate white folk into doing our dirty work for us, because like Tit for Tat said, white folk go knuck and buck at the end of the day when it comes to them, baby. They don't do what we do, baby. They ain't gonna be asking for a damn thing. They gonna run up in your shit and take it like those insurrectionists did. That's what white folk do. Come up in your shit and take it. So once again, it's a great time for black folk to be on code, to be on strategy, for us to be sitting in, private spaces and sending out private memos and getting our messaging together and our strategy together, because we do have an opportunity with what's taking place administratively to get white folk to do our bidding for us, because what is happening at the political level is something that is eclipsing all of America. It ain't just something that is eclipsing just black folks. So there's major opportunity in that. And I think we need to take advantage of an opportunity to kind of like ride the coattails of our oppressors right into victory by using the motherfuckers as the Trojan horse. So yeah, I agree with that. And of course, like the other question is, what we gonna do in the meantime? Because the issue with waiting for white folk to wake up is that because everything hits the bottom the hardest and the fastest, we also can't wait to do something until white folk wake up, because there might not be much of our community left by the time they do. We the minorities in this whole thing, so we also got to be pushing the needle. We also got to be specializing in self-preservation. We also got to be protecting ourselves and fighting for ourselves in this system. But I think if we do that strategically, there's a way for us to mitigate some of the harm that would otherwise befall our community. Right. So yeah.
Sean Bubs.
Agreed. I think I'll kind of end my part with, I guess, like, the Ken had a question for me. He said, if I can pull it up.
Oh yeah, let me get back there. I saw that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try my best to answer this because that information I learned from
there it is right there.
CTV, but no shade. He'll probably be able to elaborate more than I can on it. But for those unaware, can Bubs give his vocal interpretation of what the Age of Aquarius means? I feel that'll offer a perspective of where we are on a spiritual level and action too. Basically, from my perception, Age of Aquarius is just the age of truth. And the system here, all of the barriers of lies are falling apart. and a lot of us have been invested in those lies because we've been indoctrinated in it. So with it being the age of Aquarius, it's the age of truth. So it kind of goes back to like the whole thing in the scripture where it reads, "Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess." Like this is a time where your truth is going to appear to you, and whatever you do with that truth is going to be on you. And some people are going to lose their minds. Trust me, as an individual who through my own ego death had to lose parts of my mind, but parts of my mind that were not good for me. So um to CTV's point in reference to the ego deaths that will be happening during this period, or this era, shall I say, age, um, we as black people, we are now the systems, I guess their focus won't be too heavily on us if they're too busy fighting the white people that were upheld or created to uphold and protect the system. So during that time, while they're scuffling between themselves, we have the opportunity to actually work on us. And we are actually in a better position than our ancestors were. There are so many black people that have money, that have access to millions of dollars, that have the information, the education about the system, that are architects, that are organizers, that are entrepreneurs, that are business people, just individuals who can help us on other areas where we lack at. Let's come together. There needs to be like more panel discussion, like what we're doing, but with people who also have the resources to link up. Like I wish we can go back to the days in the sense and evolve it in reference to having like conversations about black delegations of different perspectives of blackness coming together to be able to brainstorm on ideas. There were people who believed that change can come in the system. There were people who said, girl, fuck the system, blow it up. There are some people who are more on the spiritual, esoteric part of it. There are people who just let's find a way to come together, which means that black people, y'all, we will have to work through the homophobia because Bayard Rustin, one of the greatest minds in the civil rights movement that created the opportunity for Martin Luther King to give his iconic speech, was a queer man who also in that same party, that same movement, they wanted him to leave because his sexuality would have tainted the momentum of the movement. So y'all have no choice. Y'all gonna have to work through the queer phobia and work with queer people because we also have pieces of the puzzle that will bring the bigger picture into a greater perspective. So just like how white people got shit they got to do with their ego death and transformations, we do too. We are not gonna sit around and not do anything and think it's gonna come to us. No, we got to put in that work too. The question is, are we ready to? Because this might be able to get us over the hump to where, yeah, we may not be able to see in our few generations the full manifestation of it, but damn, can we at least be the generation that gets the fuck over the goddamn hump as opposed to having to be pushed back down again? Like, that's just what I believe.
Here, Sean.
Oh, he got to hurry up and go. He said he got work.
Oh, he gone? All right.
No, I think he's still here.
Sean, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You got anything to add before we get up out of here?
Yeah, we just need to, just come together and, try to create our own system, create our own jobs, create our own businesses, because, they're taking away, we definitely need to manipulate these white people because, yeah, they're trying to take away everything that we worked hard for. Shoot, they're already taking away our history and also our museums. Please, we need to start taking everything that they got, like for real. If you're taking away what we got, we're gonna take away what you got. Period. And that's just in on that, because
I'm
that's
gonna
just
take your white
crazy.
bitch and take her to the hood and have all my niggas fill on her booty.
Oh my gosh, I could imagine. Oh my.
Oh Lord, girl, I'm talking about rubbing on her booty, and here you go.
Like I
Lord,
said, butter, you butter it up,
trying to cook me. Deshaun, I need to just have a 1 hour video of Deshaun just laughing.
Deshaun is a key and a calculator.
Hell yeah, Deshaun is like my mo.
So anybody
I
else
still
got
can't. I
anything to
still
say?
remember when that chair was beating your ass.
Wait.
When that chair was what?
And the chair won.
The chair won.
Baby,
No, he saw me live when I was falling out the chair because I was laughing and stuff like that. I don't know what it was, but it was funny. And I
How
freaking
you laugh from the chair and get behind the chair, and the chair start dragging you from the front? How that work?
What?
He said, "Is the chair possessed, girl? What's going
Hell yeah, all that freak hole demon shit didn't fucking manifest in that inanimate object.
on?" Oh, geez, it was really funny. Whatever it was.
We be having fun on these panels, y'all. Don't say.
It be a time. It be a time. It be a time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to say to all of America, giddy up, Cowboys, because
Ooh.
we in store for one hell of a season
Bumpy
4
ride.
Flavor of Flav, baby.
Yep, a hot
When
ride.
we get our goddamn clocks or not, it's about to be a time. It's about to be the
Say
worst of
motherfucking
time,
won't, Flav.
and it's about to
Say
be
motherfucking
the best of
won't.
times.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
We in for a bumpy ride, so better be
Yes.
prepared to fight. They coming
Yes,
for
a
all of us.
nice bumpy ride.
You
Yes.
know, I was gonna press pause on this bitch, but right now I'm about to press play and a motherfucking millisecond. Pick a wall, boots. Pick a wall.
Pick a wall.
You look like a fairy princess that resides over the pits of hell.
Yo, let me stop.
Look at the material. You can be the judge of it.
Those were old maiden shoes.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Those were old maiden shoes. She should have put them back on the rack. Somebody lied to her several times because she thought she was hot, fly, and sexy, and she's never of the sort. Oh my
Girl, she
gosh,
was
New York.
really in love with Flav. Girl, we need help, girl. Flav
Flavor
be like my
Flav.
dad's older brother, girl.
Oh.
EBT saying, let's go. He's like, let's go to bed, y'all. It's about to be 1 in the morning.
I know, so yeah, because some of y'all gotta go. I know you gotta go to work in the morning. But I want to thank the short stack for being on here. Bugs, Deshaun, Miss Stevie, everybody came in. Spicy and Conscious. I want to thank you for coming on here.
Anytime.
And do y'all wanna give y'all channel information and how y'all how people can follow y'all?
Yeah, follow me on Daisha Stallings up there. I got my videos up there, but I'm not gonna say. You know what I mean? It's just interesting, that's all. But
Yeah, I've
Yes,
caught a couple of this.
if you have any
I caught a
songs and
couple
you
of
want to
this.
know if there are hidden messages in them, send them his
no.
way. And he will find it out for you, girl.
Keon, thank you, Keon, for popping up in here. We're gonna have to get you up on the panel one day. Him and Harold.
Yes. But y'all can find me on YouTube, Bubs the Guy, Instagram, Bubs the Guy, Cash App, $, Bubs the Guy. We take everything that's jingle and fold. We are at 800 and how many motherfucking subscribers, girl? We at 870, bro. 800. I was stuck at like 840 something. We are at 870 on the road to 1K. So if you like my
Yeah.
vibe, go over there, hit that subscribe button, okay?
Really nice. Really
Thank
nice.
you.
Conscious, how can they follow you and
Yeah.
Of course, y'all can follow me over on Conscious TV, spelled just how it is here in my avatar on YouTube, and or follow me on Instagram as well. I have a Patreon where I do all like true crimes, politics, and spiritual content on as well. So yeah, you know, you just catch me wherever you feel comfortable catching me at. And thank you once again for hosting me and having me tit for tat. Queen Stevie, Deshaun, and Bubs, you guys know y'all are always a joy. Y'all are really having wonderful conversation over
Mm-hmm.
here. It's very compelling.
Oh,
And
Keep up
anytime,
the
go
great
check
work.
anytime.
out Conscious his commentary. I saw that today on TD Jakes. I was falling all over the floor. But go check
Man.
out the latest on TD Jakes, and then there was Bubs and Conscious at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
They were out there
Hey, I know
on
a
Kim
place where you can
Burrell.
recharge
So
your soul.
it was fire. So go watch it.
Thank you.
Check it
Thank
out.
you. Yeah. We try to do a little bit of everything. We try to do the roast and gagging. We try to do serious combo. You know, we try to have a little bit of something for everybody. So it'd be a mixed crowd.
A little bit of this and
A little
that.
bit of this and that.
Right.
Yep.
Oh.
All
But I
right, y'all. Well,
appreciate
good
it.
night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
I was
All
about to
right,
say before
guys.
we left, I was
All
about to
right.
say, damn, CTV, I forgot to tell you that T for T said you was cute. We can go.
Oh!
He said he was cute. He was cute.
Oh my God.
I think he left. I don't think he heard it. Whew.
No, he's gone.
Yeah, like my avatar. Look at my avatar.
Oh
Who
no,
is
not
that?
what's his name
That's
from
Dre baby from
Bingo?
Bigo.
Oh
Beagle.
God, not him.
You said what?
Not him. Not this guy.
Yeah, that's B. That's Dre baby.
That's Jet. Yeah, I know who that is. That's Dread Baby.
Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, go ahead. End your show. Do what you gotta do, T for T. I'ma shut up. I'ma shut up.
All righty, guys. Well, thank y'all for being on here again, and I'll see y'all in the short stack. And we got a comment here. That's probably Keon. And Keon, thank you for popping in. And he's part of our short stack also. So we're gonna get him on. We're gonna get him on the live
Mm-hmm.
once. We're gonna get him and Harold on here
Yes.
in the studio.
Oh, I can't wait.
Sitting in the
Mm-hmm.
studios trying to get to you.
Yep, I can't wait for them to come up here.
Or you can't wait for them to come. Let's go.
All right, Dallas. All right, world. Thanks for tuning in with us today. Appreciate you, and we'll catch you next time here on Tit for Tat.
All right.
Have a good night, everybody, or good morning, shall I say?
Oh, good night, Conscious.
It's already 12:03 here. Bye, guys. Good
Bye.
night.